welcome everyone. Welcome to our meeting. I'll call this meeting to order at 6:01, and this is our meeting of our city council meeting, and it's sorry, I got my Spanish. The Joint City Council Successor Agency Housing Authority and Successor Housing Agency regular meeting of Wednesday, March 1st. And again, as usual, we'll start at 6 o'clock and then with some closed sessions, and then at 6:30, we'll start the public portion of the meeting. Just a couple of reminders in terms of how we can participate today. So if you're joining us via Zoom or Facebook, welcome. But just a couple of reminders to be able to make comments, please join the Zoom. Today's Zoom ID is 884-3865-5728. You can also join us via telephone at 1-669-6833. Again, if you're joining us via Facebook, please note that we won't take those public comments that are there. So please join us on the Zoom. So with that, if we can get roll call, please.
Councilmember Cabrera. Here. Councilmember Chavez. Here. Councilmember Corralejo.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez. Here. Mayor Velasquez.
Here. Okay, perfect. So we have a quorum, so we'll move on to our next item on our agenda, which is public comments on closed session items. So at this time, we do have 2 closed session items. The City Council will recess to closed session to consider personnel matters pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, midterm city manager evaluation, and the City Council will recess to closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 to give instructions to the city's negotiator concerning the sales exchange lease of the property located at 183 Soledad Street. Instructions will include price and terms of payment. So at this time, any members of the public that are joining us live or that are joining us via Zoom would like to make a comment on closed session items at this time? Okay, I don't see anyone. Stephen on Zoom?
None in Zoom.
Okay, so we have no closed public comments for our closed session items. So at this point, we'll recess to our closed session, and we'll be back at 6:30 for our public portion of our meeting. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for those that are joining us now via Zoom and those that are joining us here in our council chambers. We are going to report, we're reconvening from closed session. So we'll have our closed session reports and I will turn this over to our city attorney.
Okay, Mayor and Council, on the closed session, we covered and completed item number 2. The City Council gave directions to its real property negotiator with respect to the property that's listed there, and no other reportable action was taken. Council was unable to get to item 1. We may re-adjourn into closed session at the end of this meeting to address item 1. If not, we will continue it, but we'll make an announcement at the end of the meeting what the decision was on that. But no action was taken on it at all.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move on to our next item on the agenda, and today is our, the next item is a pledge of allegiance, and we do have our guest here, and I'd like to ask Patsy if she can lead us in the pledge of allegiance.
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States.
So we'll move on to our next item on our agenda. With this one is additions and modifications to the agenda. Do we have any additions or modifications? Okay, we have none. Then we'll move on to public comments. So at this time, any member of the public may address the council on items not appearing on the agenda. You do have 3 minutes. Please be brief and to the point. And when you come up to the podium, if you can please state your name and your address. And for those that are joining us via Zoom, if you can please raise your hand and we'll take comments from those that are joining us here in the chambers, and then we'll go out to those joining us via Zoom. So we'll start with the chamber. Those that are joining us here, is there anyone that'd like to make a public comment?
Good evening, council members and citizens of Soledad. We are here on behalf of the Soledad Youth Council to introduce this year's project. My name is Karen Alfaro, and you'll introduce yourself right now. My name is Buddy. For the project, it would be accessible spaces that are tailored for all youth in Soledad. For the framework, the youth in Soledad deserve accessible spaces to develop their skills and purpose aspirations, including recreational, artistic, and college and career readiness. By opening the conversation to cultivate tailored spaces for all youth in Soledad, the Soledad Youth Council hopes to reveal all the great programming currently offered and initiate a blueprint for what is possible in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Crystal Reyes, and this is Joey, and we have our team Cancer Crushers here. We are here to ask for your guys' support for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. We're trying to bring awareness to Soledad and also raise funds for Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. Joey is a cancer survivor, so he has more information about that.
So yeah, so last year I stepped up to do this campaign and I was last year's winner. I was able to raise a lot of awareness and a lot of dollars to go to the campaign and just read you guys some startling facts. So when I got diagnosed in 2018, there was a 17% chance we could find a bone marrow for Hispanics. Now we're up to 48%. So I think Soledad has a dynamic, you know, we have a position here where we can really turn this on its head and we can change the numbers. And for the next 10 weeks, she's going to be campaigning and we're going to go all out to bring awareness to Soledad. And this is typically a peninsula type of thing. I come from Salinas, so why can't Soledad? Why can't we make an impact? So we're asking you guys to kind of support us in the next 10 weeks as we bring awareness to this community. So thank you guys for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. And
Thank you, Crystal.
if I
Thank
could
you,
ask
Joey.
Joey, just one quick question. Last year, you were the winner of you were the luminary. Right.
Yeah, so I was the visionary of the year. So for 10 weeks, I raised about $90,000 and most of it was done through social media, big events. And again, I went and I shook as many hands and told anybody who was willing to hear my story. And You know, every 3 minutes, someone is diagnosed with leukemia, every 9 minutes, someone passes away. That's here in the United States, so I think we have an opportunity to make a difference.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Joey. Just wanted to make those numbers aware.
Thank you, Joy. Appreciate that. Okay, do we have any other comments? Okay, so we'll go out to those. Oh,
My name is Frank Corralejo, 148 East Street. So I'm here, I'm representing Soledad Merchants Association. As we all know, that March is National Women's History Month. So for National Women's History Month, we are going to have in March, on the third meet, which is end of the month, Soledad Women Who Mean Business. So the Soledad Merchants, Soledad Women Who Mean Business campaign provides a platform to honor female business owners in Soledad in order to recognize them and promote growth of female-owned businesses that are community leaders in the city. So if you guys would like more information, you can go on there. Our website is info@soledadmerchants.com. And we're inviting all of you members and all of the community. And you can go on the website and you can nominate a woman who owns a business here in Soledad. And then there will be awards passed out during that time. And you have to have your nominations in by March the 15th. And that's it. I just want to share that with you guys. All you guys are invited to come. It's going to be something really great. And thank you very much for your time.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else, public comments? Okay, so we'll take it out to Zoom. And we do have, I do see one hand raised, Mr. Fernando Ansaldo Sanchez. You can unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, I want to start off by saying that my comment is a follow-up to a narrative being put forth by members of the council. That local Soledad community members are somehow associated with special interest groups. It's not meant to be an attack. I'm just gonna preface it this way, but rather as feedback from a community member. So for context, I've been a resident of Soledad my entire life. I'm turning 28 in a couple weeks. I do not identify as being part of a special interest group, and that rhetoric is a little offensive to me. It's a little feeling like dog whistle politics. At its core, a special interest group is a group of individuals that shares a common goal. However, the context behind the use of the term more recently, special interest groups, insinuates that public comments are motivated by either financial or political gain, and that couldn't be further from the truth. It's clear that the use of the term special interest group is intentionally being invoked to dismiss local resident feedback. I care about my hometown and for all community members that inhabit it. I was born and raised here. My parents immigrated in the early 80s to this town. My mother's parents specifically brought my mother from Mexico after spending time here when my grandfather's father was part of the Bracero program. My family has worked in the fields. I worked in the fields during summers when I was home from college. My roots run deep in Soledad. And not only do my roots run deep in Soledad, but many of the community advocates who spend their time at city council meetings have a deep connection to Soledad as well. We are not motivated by financial or political gain. We just simply want what's best for our hometown. I feel compelled to bring attention to this disappointing rhetoric and invite the council to think before they speak. I say this too because at the last council meeting, one council member, and specifically Mr. Jimenez, did not like this being brought to his attention and spent his time mumbling to himself while folks made public comments. This goes against the code of conduct put in place. Please consider how these actions may make community members feel when they are engaging in public comment. We should strive to create a welcoming environment that encourages civic participation and is respectful of differing opinions. On a final note, How is advocating for our community considered a special interest, but asking for 5 districts after a referendum the community voted on not considered a special interest? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Okay, do we have any other public comments at this time? Okay, seeing none. I don't see any, so we'll close the public comment
Through the
portion.
chair,
Um,
if I may, can you,
I don't,
also that we're not able to make a
Mhm,
comment
yes.
on the, unless we have some questions
yes,
regarding that.
So-
So unfortunately, we're not able to comment on that. So,
yeah,
you know,
so,
that's part of being on the council. So
so for our residents, just so you know, obviously the public comments is on any matters that are related to the purview of the council. So during the public comment portion, we don't comment back to our community. What we can do in some instances, especially if it's an item that requires staff attention, we can direct our city manager to be able to look into that. But just so as a matter of policy, as a matter of our process, our governance process, the city will not comment, the council members will not comment on public comments. So thank you. Okay, so we'll move on to our next item on our agenda. And at this time, it is our council presentations, and we have 2 today. So we'll move on to our first presentation. It's a proclamation in honor and recognition of the American Red Cross declaring March 2023 as Red Cross Month. And I would like to ask Patsy if she can come up to the podium. Oh, yes, absolutely, absolutely. And then we'll have an opportunity for you to say a few words. So I want to present the proclamation, and then if we could just pause for a minute and take a photo, that would be great. So I'll read a portion of the proclamation in honor and recognition of the American Red Cross declaring March 2023 as Red Cross Month. During American Red Cross Month in March, we celebrate the humanitarian spirit of Solidaridad and reaffirm our commitment to help ensure no one faces a crisis alone. Caring for one another is at the heart of our community and exemplified by the people of Solidaridad, whose simple acts of kindness through the Red Cross provide help and hope in the people's most difficult moments. Continuing the life-saving legacy of Clara Barton, who founded the organization more than 140 years to prevent and alleviate human suffering. The contributions of the local Red Cross and its volunteers, 190 across the county, give hope to the most vulnerable in the darkest hours. And last year, volunteers helped 62 households affected by 45 home fires by addressing some of their urgent needs, such as housing and lodging and providing recovery services. In addition, they installed over 450 smoke alarms, collected over 1,700 blood donations, provided first aid CPR training over 2,500 residents, and helped the families of 235 students prepare for disasters through the Pillowcase Project, and assisted over 300 families of our armed forces. Now, therefore, as the mayor of City of Solidaridad with the city council, by virtue of authority vested in me by the laws of Solidaridad and California, do hereby proclaim March 2023 as Red Cross Month and encourage all citizens of Solidaridad to reach out and support its humanitarian mission. And so with this, we want to present this recognition, Patsy, to the Red Cross. And I just want to say a few words just in terms of what the Red Cross has meant, especially during these, obviously the fires were really critical, but during the atmospheric river events that we had was really, affecting a lot, impacted a lot of our families. And I know that, Patsy, you've always been there for our residents. You've always been in our community. The Red Cross has always been part of the community. And, it's just, we can't say enough of what the Red Cross has provided in terms of recovery and support services for many of those families in need at the time that they need it the most. So on behalf of the city council, just thank you for your efforts, and we'll continue to support the efforts of the American Red Cross.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. Really appreciate the proclamation, the acknowledgement. I'd like to introduce my board member, Antonio Rivas. He's with the American Red Cross, as one of our most recent board members that have joined us. We wouldn't be able to do the work we do because it is 365 days, 7 days a week. It's 24 hours. We are nonstop without the amazing volunteers such as Antonio and the many other volunteers that we have. They're there at a moment's call when either our law enforcement or fire calls us and say that they have an emergency and they need help. We're there to do it. They don't ever question what time it is, 1, 2 in the morning. We're all one phone call away, right? We never expect that disaster to hit us, but it's getting closer and closer to home. So we appreciate that. Across the United States, every 8 minutes, someone loses their home and the Red Cross is there. We've had many here, many in Monterey County. And so with our smoke alarm program, which is critical, we come back every year to the area of Soledad to keep going back to areas where they have not gotten the new smoke alarms. I'm talking about the 10-year non-removable battery ones. We install those free. So anybody in the community can call the American Red Cross and we can install them for free. We want to make these households as safe as possible. We're also bringing important training to the community, both for the children and for adults, so that we're a better prepared community, a more resilient community. The atmospheric rivers, 9 of them, is not the last time we're going to see these disasters, unfortunately, right? Every time it rains, there's flooding from, Chula or Salinas all the way up. Spent the day in Gonzales and Soledad today, and just passing the rivers, they're quite full already, just with a little bit of rain we've had these last couple of days. So it's critical that blood services continue, that continue supporting blood services as well, which blood donations are critical. During these times when there's disasters, our blood donations go down and we need to make sure that blood supply is there. So we appreciate all the help. We are also looking at climate change and how important that is to the disasters, and we're pivoting how we do our services as well. So more to come on that. And we're always seeking volunteers. So I'd love to connect with the youth council to see how we can all partner together, and this is our future. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
I just want to really confer with Patsy. Everybody knows Patsy around our area here, so she's a jewel in our community here, especially the Red Cross. With that time, on behalf of the Red Cross, as part of the executive board of the Red Cross, it is important that this proclamation means a lot to us. That what it means to us is that really you are not, you as a community, you as an elected officials care about your community, and ourselves also care about your community. At the same time, it's very important that thank you really the staff, the volunteers, the fire department, the police department, everybody that helped on this crucial days that have happened throughout the floods and all that. Something that really, it was amazing all the way from Santa Cruz County, Watsonville, so that everybody was affected. And the Red Cross was there. We provided a lot of help in the shelters, and that was very important to do that for our community. And with that in mind, we'd like to continue to work closely with your community. And it's important that we to get volunteers. I asked the young people to be able to become a volunteer. And also at the same time, it's very important that we, yourselves and anybody in the community, to donate blood. We need blood. We need the blood, because we have a lot of people that they need that blood throughout our areas. So it's important that we continue to this important venture into our community so we can be able to help the people in need. And that's what we're here for. And I thank you for the proclamation, which that means a lot to our executive board and everybody of the Red Cross and the volunteers that work with the Red Cross. And I thank you for this proclamation.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Rivas, and thank you for those words, and thank you for your volunteerism too as a board member, right? We all understand how much time that takes, but thank you for that. So, I guess for me it's important to have this proclamation, but also action is critical. So anyone that is, wants to volunteer, the American Red Cross is accepting people that want to volunteer because they need it. And then also anyone that wants to donate blood. I know my last donation was like 2 years ago. So blood is really important. So if anyone is able to and is healthy enough to be able to do that, we encourage people to donate blood.
One last piece to leave you with is most people think that we're government funded. We are not. It's all private donations, so it's very hard to always, collect those donations. But thankfully, we have people that help support it to continue the work that we do every day.
Thank you. Thank you. And with that, we'll provide you with the proclamation. And council, if you want to join me on the bottom to be able to take a photo. If we pause for a few minutes. So much for your patience as we took some photos. We'll move on to our next item on our agenda under council presentations. And today we have our Townsend Public Affairs Legislative Update presentation. And I believe we have Andres Ramirez from Townsend Public Affairs to provide us with the presentation. Andres, can you hear us?
I can hear you all.
Perfect. We can see you.
Perfect, perfect. And do I have screen sharing ability?
Yes.
Perfect, and I will do that. All right, is everyone able to see the presentation document?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. All right, well, good evening, honorable mayor, council members, to Mr. City Manager and staff. My name is Andres Ramirez. I'm with Townsend Public Affairs. And we have the honor and privilege of now serving as your legislative advocates as well as grant writing firm. So you all heard from my colleague Anastasia a few months ago on grants and kind of our process for going after and securing funding through the grant process on behalf of the city. Today, I am going to cover the side of legislation, particularly state legislation, and just walk everybody through a brief presentation. So first of all, I wanted to start with a general overview of this past year in Sacramento. So the legislative session ended on August 31st of 2022. And then the governor had 1 month after that to sign or veto any sort of legislation. This past year, the legislature introduced just a hair over 2,000 bills. And of that number, the governor signed 997 into law, and then he vetoed 169 of those bills. This veto rate was significantly higher than prior years. So as you'll see, there was a 14.5% veto rate in 22 versus a 7.8% veto rate in 2021. One of the key takeaways from that is that many of the veto messages after the fact indicated that implementation costs of pieces of legislation were not accounted for in the state budget. So one takeaway from that is also that, you know, this year, while the state is looking at an anticipated budget deficit, we may very well see kind of similar action from the administration side in terms of veto messaging if, you know, bills are not the funding for bills are not accounted for in the state budget. So any sort of bill with the fiscal nexus is going to have a little bit more difficulty passing through the legislature this cycle. Now, a little bit of a preview for 2023. So first of all, we are looking at a very large freshman class in the state legislature. Specifically, we have 25% of the legislature is new. So I believe there were roughly 11 new senators and 19 new assembly members in the California state legislature. One of the things that I think gets brought up often, especially from, the perspective of advocacy, is wow, that's very difficult in losing a lot of senators and assembly members who are very, very well versed on the issues. But quite frankly, and from the perspective of, being an advocate for your community, I see this as a really good opportunity, an opportunity to educate a lot of new legislators, new people on, relevant policy committees, and even folks in the administration on priority issues for the community in Soledad. Some other factors: leadership and committee changes that are potentially upcoming. The city's state assembly member Robert Rivas, he has been selected as what they're dubbing the speaker designee. So what we are expecting is that at the end of June, he will assume the speakership from the incumbent speaker, Anthony Rendon, who is down in the Southern California, Los Angeles area. Along with that, should that happen, comes the potential of a lot of changes with regards to committee chairs and makeup of policy committees in the assembly. And additionally, it would fare really, really well for the city of Soledad and kind of, the region as a whole, having the highest ranking member of the assembly come from this area. Additionally, we are in the midst of a special session on the oil and gas industry with a lot of focus in on gas prices. So as we all saw, this past year, we were affected by some pretty outrageous gas prices. The legislature, and particularly the governor's administration, were frustrated with this and called a special session that is happening concurrently with this normal legislative session. And they are examining a number of pieces of policy on the profit windfall, price gouging penalties, etc. So a little bit more about this year. 2023 is the first year of a 2-year legislative session. So it's the 2023-2024 legislative cycle in Sacramento. The legislature did reconvene on January 4th, and then the bill introduction deadline was just the other week on February 17th. So as of that introduction deadline, we have seen just over 2,600 bills introduced between both the Senate and the Assembly. This is one of the highest figures in the past decade, which is, exciting. But there also means, there's a lot out there to be aware of and to be watching very closely and potentially taking positions on. Of that 2,600 number, around 1,000 of them are placeholder bills, meaning they're either a spot bill with no substantive language or an intent bill, which also doesn't have a lot of substance, but we're able to tell, what the author's intent is with that policy vehicle. Over the next several weeks, we're going to have a better understanding of the universe of the bills and everything that the legislature is trying to do. Because those spot bills are going to have to be amended with substantive language. And then once that happens, one of the things that we will do on your behalf is go through that, track all of the different bills in both houses, and create a condensed, consolidated, and really focused legislative matrix based on what we believe are pieces of legislation that may have an effect on your community, your residents. And then we can work with staff and you all as council in order to take positions on those bills should you see fit. Onto the budget. The budget has to be passed by midnight of June 15th. But one caveat with this year is that there's expected to be a lot of additional budget work going into late August, maybe even September. The reason being, many people are getting an extension to file their taxes this year. by a month because of all the weather emergencies and a number of other things that happened, earlier in the year. So what that's going to do is it's going to affect the numbers that the governor and his administration would normally use to put together their May revision of the budget. So the legislature is going to have lots of budget bill juniors and budget trailer bills, and the committee and all of the members are going to be hard at work for at least a month longer than normal this year is what we're expecting. And then back to the policy, all of the policy committees that bills have to go through, that will happen through July 14th, which is going to be the last day that they can be heard. So let's talk a little bit, very briefly, about the governor's January budget proposal. Total proposed expenditure in the state of California for fiscal year 23-24 is $296.9 billion, just under $300 billion. The general fund expenditures within that are just over 220 million. And then this is the key metric that everyone's watching that is very much subject to change, is the 22.5 billion anticipated budget deficit or shortfall. One of the things, and a lot of my conversations and my colleagues' conversations with whether it be budget committee or leadership or Department of Finance, is that at this point in time with that estimate, the state does feel comfortable that we'll be able to absorb that because of the budget stabilization account. That includes rainy day reserves and some other budgetary reserves. And so things can kind of proceed as normal. However, the Legislative Analyst's Office, Department of Finance, and others are warning both the governor and the legislature that this may continue. There may be an even larger shortfall or deficit in the coming months, or it could be less. It really could go either way. So that's just one thing that we're watching closely and recognizing that may have significant impacts, not only on budget requests, but also on actual legislation, and legislation that has, significant administrative costs. So now this is my final slide, and it's 2023 action steps for advocacy on behalf of the city. One of the things that we're engaging in is state budget requests. And I think a lot of you are keenly aware of this process and what it is, and have had success in the past. But submitting our state budget request to the legislative delegation in both the Senate and the Assembly. So meaning Senator Caballero, Senator Laird, who will be upon the next election, the city's state representative on the Senate side, and then of course, Assembly Member Robert Rivas on the Assembly side. So just working on finalizing a list with staff and being able to put that together and submit and try to get some funding. Again, very dependent on the state of California's fiscal resources in the coming months, but everything has indicated to still submitting, managing expectations, but still submitting to both houses of the legislature. And there will be some sort of process for members to put forward a couple of budget priorities that are district specific. In a similar vein, we're working the federal appropriations process, which is a little bit more specific than the state budget process. The federal process is almost to some degree like a grant program. There are very tight timelines and deadlines, a lot of specificity that needs to go into them, whereas the state process is a little bit more nebulous, a little bit more free flowing, but there still is definitely a science to it. So on the federal level, same thing, submitting to our federal delegation, both US senators and our member of Congress, and uploading into their respective portals in a timely manner so that we can be, potentially funded for our priority projects. Another action step that we have for the city in 2023 is building up the city's voice in the state capitol. There's a number of ways to do that, but in my experience and that of my firm and all of my colleagues, one way is being active on legislation and relevant policy proposals. So that could mean a number of things. That means, position letters with substantive comments or suggestions on bills, That means engaging with legislative offices and authors on those bills that we want to take a position on, and really trying to be a thought partner, going and providing public testimony and policy committee hearings and budget committee hearings. These are all things we can do to make sure that Soledad is well known, not just by our legislative delegation, which is of course very important, but by the greater, the legislature as a whole. And, kind of to bolster that, advocacy trips to educate legislators and the administration in Sacramento. So that's one thing we really like to do, is to bring you as elected officials to Sacramento, whether that be for a day or 2 days, and set up a number of advocacy meetings with state legislators, relevant policy committee consultants, budget committee, governor's administration. It also helps when it comes to funding opportunities. So, we write grants on behalf of the city. So us meeting with the relevant state department or agency that are administering grants that we care about really kind of puts us a step ahead of other applicants. And lastly, and this is what my colleague touched on when she spoke to you all, is strategically pursuing grant funding. So we've already submitted a couple of grants. We did a Office of Traffic Safety grant opportunity, submitted a FEMA Assistance for Firefighters grant opportunity, and then we continue to explore opportunities with the city manager's office and staff on funding for community outreach, including the Walmart grants, and then other grants for parks, recreation, and a lot of community facilities, amongst other items. So those are our action steps for 2023. That also concludes my presentation. But again, I really wanted to just open it up. If you have any questions, I appreciate your time, and I am looking forward to a very productive partnership with you all as we move forward. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Andres, for that presentation. And I think this is obviously was a commitment from the council that we wanted to make sure that we had a comprehensive legislative grant kind of process that we hadn't had in the past. And as you mentioned, obviously we're able to work with Senator Caballero last year to get a $2 million application. I work for State Senator Caballero, so really familiar with the district earmark process. And as you said, there's going to be a limitation of funding. But I think one of the things, just so, the public and my colleagues, is it's really important to be able to identify district earmark projects that, have a significant impact in the community and meet a community need. And so also if there's already some funding that's been allocated to these projects, I know those are sometimes really prioritized for our legislators because there is already some kind of commitment from the cities toward these projects. And with understanding that obviously, they have tons of projects that they have to look at. So the more we can build up our projects and really address those needs, it's really important. So you mentioned a couple of things and just wanted to touch on those because the advocacy trips, I know that I've been engaged with Cal Cities, sit on different committees and on the board of directors for Cal City. So there is an advocacy trip that is being planned, the advocacy summit that is in April. So I will encourage my colleagues to be able to attend. And part of that is an opportunity where we don't have to have a separate trip to the Capitol. But any of us that attend there, I will be attending as part of the board of directors, but would welcome our colleagues to be able to, those that are going to attend, to go so we can meet with our legislators. And then my other question to you, Andres, is quarterly meetings. I know for me, obviously, as part of the senator's office, we meet quarterly with different cities on a regular basis. And I know that's been really hard to have here, but if we can start that process where we can meet quarterly with our legislators, Congresswoman Lofgren, Senator Caballero, and Assemblymember Rivas, to be able to have that connection and ongoing conversations. I know that at least in terms of Senator Caballero, she does that for the cities that we are part of. So I think that's important for us as a city, as you mentioned, just so we're always on their radar and always updated in terms of some of their priority projects and how we can support some other legislation as well. So I think that for me is just wanted to make those comments because I think those are really important, especially as we're starting this partnership with Townsend on our legislative priorities. I think it's important. And then I just want to confirm Senator Laird is not still representing our area, although I know he's going to in 2024. But Senator Caballero, as part of the Senate Rules Committee, was under the deferred areas appointed to continue to represent for our community, to continue to represent the city of Soledad in South County, Salinas and South County and San Benito for the next 2 years until the 2024 election.
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor, and noted on all of your comments as it relates to quarterly meetings with the state and federal legislative delegation and other items. So as I said, we are looking forward to partnering with you all, having a very fruitful relationship. And again, just on behalf of myself and our entire team at Townsend, we appreciate the vote of confidence from you all in order to allow us to work with you and represent you. So thank you.
Okay, so I'll open up to council, any council comments or questions, and I'll start with Councilmember Cabrera.
I think I lost it, but you said that we can go and visit and be part of it?
For the
Is
summit,
there, yeah, yes.
Yes.
Do you know the dates or?
April 13
12 to the 14th.
12 to 14
In Sacramento.
in Sacramento.
It's a-
Yeah,
12 to 14. I'm okay, thank you.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yeah, I think that's great. You know, it's been so long since the city has had representation in this type of advocacy work. I believe, if I recall correctly, I think JEA and Associates used to be our representative until about 2010, 2011. And then I think we tried to re-engage back in 2014, but we couldn't come up with how we were going to do that, and it kind of fell through. And I'm glad to see that we moved forward in this direction. So thank you, Andres, for your report. And you know, one of the things that I think that for this council and you know, councils in the future, if we continue with this relationship with Townsend, is to hope that we could look at any kind of legislation that we would be interested in possibly working with Townsend to kind of move forward with our representatives, if there is that possibility at some point that we are interested in doing something like that, and to have you as a resource be able to do stuff like that. So I think it's great. In addition to that, I think on the legislative days that will happen for Cal Cities, I think that that's wonderful. However, you know, taking you up on the issue of doing advocacy trips with Townsend on our own, I think would be awesome as well, because I think that one thing is to have so many representatives all there on one day that I think it becomes overwhelming sometimes for the different legislators to just, you know, all day long, just have different cities coming in and talking to them. I think it's great, but I think a separate one would be just as well received, to be able to do something that we are working with them and make sure that we're partnering well with our legislators. So thank you for the report.
Thank you. Councilwoman Corralejo.
No, I don't have any comments, pretty much just concur with what Councilmember Chavez said.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Andrea, for that presentation. One of the things that for myself is utilizing and being able to utilize a vehicle similar to what we're doing with you, and focusing and creating a strategy so that we can work together to achieve and to see some of these items come to fruition. And as a council, it's important that we identify those issues, so when we do approach our legislative leaders, that we come with a common voice. Which I know in the past, and the opportunities that I have to meet with the legislators, and back in the old days with Senator Mello and Bruce McPherson, and those guys were outstanding partnerships with us. And we were able to, you know, have contact with them, and they listen to our needs. And it's important we create those relationships, but it's critical that we identify those areas that we want to focus on. And I think part of your organization, your company can do for us too, is help us in those areas of focus that we could be strategically successful in acquiring those funds, i.e. similar to like the senator did by graciously helping us get $2 million for the ladder truck, right? So one of the things for myself is the public our public service facility for our police department and our fire department. We're in dire need of that. And as such, we were having no redevelopment funds. So we have to be strategic in our approach to the legislature, so in the event when monies become available. And that similar to Councilmember Chavez says that, you know, on that legislative day, everybody's there, and it's kind of like hard to focus on anyone. So I think it's important that we develop that relationship from the city of Soledad with our legislature. And I like the idea of the mayor saying, let's meet on a quarterly basis. But again, I think focusing as a council to identify those things that we want to see in the future. Myself would be the community public service building or the absolute for both fire and police. Downtown revitalization grant programs, bonds, those type of things, youth violence programs. Those are areas of interest that I have. So I know my other council members have other areas as well that we want to see done for the city. So with that said, I think it's a viable, your organization or your company is a viable vehicle for us to utilize to get to that point. So as a council, we need to come together and how we're going to approach this and what's that going to look like? So that's all I have. Thank you, Andres, for the presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Andres, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for those comments. I just want to reiterate also, I mean, you know, obviously trip to Sacramento, it's really difficult to get everybody there. I'm open to that. But also, as you know, our district representatives have district meetings, right? So that's another opportunity when they're in their district, and typically that happens every Thursday and Friday. They're in Sacramento and then they come home to their district. So that's another opportunity to be able to establish that in-person kind of communication with them. And I have to say, we actually have a really good relationship with, we're glad that, you know, Speaker-elect Rivas is from our area, and we've had a good relationship with him. He knows our city. He's come to our city many times. So I think we already have a relationship. It's just really formalizing some of the processes that I think we didn't have in the past. But obviously Senator Caballero understands and knows our community, as well as Congresswoman Lofgren has came to our community many times already. And so she continues to keep us engaged. And so establishing that process and having those district meetings and establishing those priorities. And I think there was already some priorities that you were working on with the staff in terms of identification, because there is a deadline date for our federal appropriations, which is March 4th, a little bit different than the state. But those were identified based on some of the needs. And I know the public facility is also, you know, part of my priorities, and I'm glad that Mayor Pro Tem brought it up, because that is something that we've been talking about for many, many years. And, you know, focus was on economic development. We put money in economic development to continue to support our businesses. But I think as our community continues to grow, we really need to look at those facilities that we don't have and that we're growing out of, and that are, you know, old and antiquated. And we really need to make sure that we have those, and setting aside money and looking for those pots of money right now and being that priority is critical. So I agree, we need to come back and look at those legislative priorities. So we're all speaking in one voice when we meet with our legislators, or when we run into them in different functions and meetings, that we're all, you know, sharing with them what our priorities are as a council, not necessarily as individuals, but as a council.
Absolutely.
So thank you. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
thank you again, everybody, for your time. Appreciate it, and looking forward to working closely with all of you.
Thank you, Andres. And we don't need to take it out to public, do we? Public, no. Well, thank you so much. Okay, so council, will move on. Those were our two presentations for today. So we'll move on to our next item on our agenda, which is our consent calendar. And today we have item C1 through item C6. And I will ask if any members of the public wish to put an item from the consent calendar for discussion or comment. I will go out to anyone on Zoom. Okay, not seeing anyone that's joining us here in our chambers. Okay, seeing none, then any member of the council that wish to pull an item of the consent calendar for discussion or comment. Yes, thank you.
C2.
Okay, C2, so C6 was mine as well, so I want to be able to pull C6. Okay, so we'll pull C6 and C2, if there's any, if I can get a motion for the other items on the consent calendar, with the exception of C6 and C2.
So we'll
Second.
Okay, so we have a first and a second on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so motion carries. So I'll start with Councilmember Cabrera, C2.
I just have one question about this item. And as I was reviewing the whole thing and I came across earlier that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 4 different internet service. Is that right? Just for me, so that I understand what it is. Do we pay 5 different, so we paid City Hall internet service, and then we pay internet, and then we pay Gateway internet, and then WW internet service, and lastly, we pay new productivity software. But is that correct? Is that something that we use?
Yeah, I wonder if I could ask Mr. And.
Yeah, and can you say it just one more time? I can answer that for you.
Let's talk to the mic. So Stephen, in the warrants, council member identified 5 different vendors that relate to internet services of one kind or another.
Yeah, so we have, and we have different locations. City Hall PD is one location. Our Gateway Center is a standalone location, so they have their own. Community Center is a standalone location. They have their own. The wastewater plant standalone, and some of those sites also have backup internet that's separate. So sometimes we'll have AT&T as a primary, we'll have a coax spectrum as a secondary in case that fails over.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I just wanted to understand, is location, is by location that we.
Yeah, exactly. So because like the plant, for example, is across the way, we don't share internet with them. They have their own primary line that's run separate from this. It's just a way for redundancy. So when things go down, not everything goes
Not
down,
everything.
all on one line and everything.
Oh, yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. And then we have item C6, so I'll go to Councilwoman Corralejo, and then I have a comment as well on that one. So if you want to state your comment or your concern.
Yes, so, item C6 regarding the temporary use of land permit. I'm not sure if this is the appropriate time to bring this up or not. It actually doesn't have to do with the land permit itself, but I was just noticing as I was going through all the reports that we got and the attachments that we got, I was kind of disappointed to see that out of all of the vendors that we have, only one is from Solidad. And I believe there's one pending vendor from Solidad. I work with our Solidad businesses and entrepreneurs, our pop-ups with everyone. And, you know, more than half are from Salinas. Salinas vendors, we have Milpitas, we have, who else did I say on the Castroville, Hickman, totally different counties. So I'm assuming that we don't have any kind of requirement or preference for our Solidad vendors. I really would love to see that. And you know, I know the farmers market has been around for a while. I love the farmers market. I can't wait to go, and I will continue supporting it. But I was just wondering if everyone was aware that the vendors, there's only one from Solidad. Kind of, for me at least, it's kind of sad knowing that we have so many skilled and talented local people.
Thank you for the question and the comments. Based on this temporary use of land, it's only going for the street closure, so we don't have any say of the type of businesses they're doing. That is something I can definitely communicate back to the organizer, Mr. Stevens. That is a council concern for future maybe.
Yeah. Thank you, Ariana. I know that it wasn't you, but I just wasn't aware of everyone that sits with me and the council, my colleagues were aware of that. I put a disservice to our businesses.
Yeah, thank you, Councilwoman Corralejo. So my comments were along the same similar line. So I did notice that the vendors were not from here. And so my question was, what kind of outreach is being done, and especially outreach to Solidad in South County? I don't necessarily, you know, obviously if we can get Solidad, it's great, but I think also making sure that, you know, we're supporting the economics for our South County region, but I noticed that I know that we have a lot of micro businesses, a lot of local vendors and entrepreneurs, and how do we make sure that they are part of that? And I think for me, it's also seeing it expand, right? I know that throughout the, the past years, we've had kind of a similar type of vendors. But I would love for us to be able to look at how we work with the farmers market to make sure that there's an expansion. I mean, there's a lot of need for fresh fruits, veggies, and, to really support our micro businesses. And this is an opportunity to be able to do it through this venue. And so for me, that was one of the comments and questions is criteria for vendors type and how many, marketing for outreach and micro businesses. How do we support local entrepreneurs and announcements for the applications? What is the process? So we can make sure that, our local businesses have, or our local even micro businesses, not necessarily, some of the stores, but a lot of our micro entrepreneurs.
Okay. I can definitely communicate the fact to Mr. Stevens, who is the organizer for through the Historical Society. So that's something I can bring up to his attention, and I think we attend the board meetings there.
Next week, Wednesday, 10 a.m. We'll bring this up to the Historical Society.
Thank you. So if no further comments, can I get a motion for approval of items C2 and C6?
So move.
Okay, second. So all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so motion carries. So we'll move on to our next item on our agenda, which is our new business. And we have a review of the mid-year financial report and consideration of mid-year budget adjustments. And so I will turn this over to Mike Howard.
Great. Good evening, Mayor and council members. It's good to be with you this evening to review our mid-year status and any budget adjustments that we might be proposing to you this evening, and we do have a few. But in general terms, I just want to, before I get into some of the details, just say that we're on track with budget, and we're essentially not recommending any budget adjustments that we would normally see. This will be our second year in a row that we're not doing that, and we're living within the budget that it was adopted in June. We do have some recommendations for revenues that have come in that were not anticipated at the time that we adopted the budget. So let me just kind of go through a little bit right now. From our general fund, as of December 31st, fiscal year to date, our expenditures are greater than our revenues by $671,000 compared to a budget of expenses exceeding revenues by $457,500. We are 50% of the way through the budget. Part of this difference, or the difference between those two, are some revenues that are lagging. Our sales tax lags by 2 months. So that's part of it. We have also not received our fire district payment because they received their property taxes at the end of December. And we typically get a payment in February, which we have not received. So they'll be getting a phone call tomorrow asking where our payment is. And we also, our franchise fees are paid one time a year. This is the largest one that we get is the PG&E for gas and electric, and that's paid in the month of April. So with some of these one-time revenues, that's why we're a little bit behind. We're going to make it all up in the second half. Expenses are at 47%. That's the number that we really watch carefully because those are generally spread throughout the year fairly even with, salaries and benefits being our largest expenditure. So we really want to make sure that our expenditures are matching where we are. And at 50% of the year, we're at 47%. So we're doing some really good containment there. We do have a couple of items that are exceeding what we expected. And the first is VLF fees. Our VLF fees came in higher than what we were expecting. We now know what they're going to be for the whole year. So we are proposing that we put an adjustment that for the additional $164,000 that we'll be receiving this year, greater than what we projected. So that's good. The other thing to note, probably for the first time in my career, Your finance department is now a profit center, in my terms. We are taking advantage of the high inflation at this point. We have negotiated rates with our bank, and we are actually doing a full treasury function. To where in our operating account, we only keep what we need to pay the warrants that have been issued. Everything else remains in our money market investment account. And by the end of the year, I'm going to go out on a limb. By the end of the year, we will have brought in excess of $600,000 by the end of this fiscal year. In 12 months, I project that we'll bring in $1 million of interest.
Wow, that's great.
Okay, now, before you get excited about that,
We got some areas that's been done.
not all of it goes to the general fund. It will be allocated to the funds that have the finance, that have them, because the cash is in the various funds. But our general fund and our ARPA funds will be earning these interests as well. So you'll see some of those. So at least for the time being, when this high inflation, finance is making some money for the city. The other adjustments that we're proposing for this evening is an adjustment for the ladder truck. We did not have that in the budget. You'll see the adjustment to recognize the revenue and the expenditure. We also see an adjustment to recognize the $2 million for the sale of the cell tower leases. As mentioned in the staff report, that money, staff is proposing that we essentially park it into the general fund capital infrastructure fund for the time being, until at such time council decides what to do or provides direction, or staff recommends what to do with those funds. Other things that we did this year to save money, and this was finance. We were in a financial position where we could prepay our unfunded PERS liability. Instead of paying it on a monthly basis, we paid it all in the month of July and recognized a 3.4% savings for the entire year. So another way that we're working to try and reduce that unfunded liability and curb some of those expenses to the city and save some money. So with that, our measure Y and measure S are both on track. Sales tax is still fairly strong, which is good through this somewhat of a recession that we have. Now, I will say that we just recently met with our consultant HTL, and they are not anticipating a retreat of sales tax, but they are anticipating a softening of sales tax. So instead of seeing some growth, we may see a slowdown and just basically maintaining. So we're not budgeting any declines. We're also probably not going to be budgeting any increases for the coming year. It will probably stay pretty flat. With that, you'll see in the general fund, the budget adjustments that we're recommending for this evening. They're for the revenues to increase our VLF by $164,000, our interest earnings to the general fund by $60,000, grant revenues and sale of proceeds each by $2 million, and the interest to the general fund capital account. It actually budget $30,000 of interest income to that fund. We are also budgeting an increase in the fire department for $2 million. I will note that as of yesterday, our fire truck has been paid for, not delivered, but it has been paid for. So we're really counting on getting that check.
Yes, and you will.
And then we want to increase the Measure S Community Center expenditures by $155,000. Let me go back, that is actually related to carryovers from the 2021-22 year that we did projects that were in flight that did not complete. Now that we have the books closed and we know what the expenses were for those projects to complete, such as the bleachers, the flooring, and some of those things, that we're carrying over that $155,000 that we had originally budgeted and that did not spend in the previous fiscal year. Our enterprise funds, everything is on track. There's no red flags or anything there. We are recommending that we budget and recognize the grant award of $16.6 million for the reclaimed water project that was announced to the council last meeting. Additionally, to increase the expenditures in the water capital expenditures of $16.6 million for that project. Under the special revenues, these are all basically our impact fees, our gas tax, any special revenue account, any fund that comes with strings to where those funds can only be used for a single purpose. Everything is on track. We do have some increases. We are actually recommending that we budget an increase for our ARPA funds of $90,000 worth of interest income that will come into that fund. We're also recommending that we increase the community center allotment by $90,000. The main reason for that is, if you'll recall, when we divided up the ARPA funds, community center got $500,000 to work with Parks and Recreation, excuse me. Well, one of the projects that we're going to work on was the kitchen. The kitchen has, the renovation has come in much higher than what we thought it was going to be. It's actually coming in around $580,000. So we're also recommending that we budget the entire amount that was allocated for the kitchen renovation plus the interest income, which also covers the starting blocks. So the interest going to the fund will help fund those starting blocks that we funded. And I will note that on March 15th, staff does plan to bring back to council an update of where we are with ARPA projects, just to let you know where we are with each of the different allocations. We have increases in our park impact fee, water impact, wastewater impact, and transportation impact. These are all related to projects that have been approved by council, but being what it is in today's economy, construction costs are coming in a little bit higher than what we originally budgeted. And these are related to the Santana lights, the Gayar park lights, the Cesar Chavez bathroom renovations and installation. Those costs are all coming in just slightly higher. We're recommending these budget increases. They will all be funded by existing fund balance. So there is sufficient funds within the funds to cover these increased expenses. The successor agency, no flags there. As you know, this is our first year of our last and final ROPS. So we're essentially on autopilot. We get what we need to pay the debt service. And so the excess is now returning to us as excess RPTTF money. So we're all excited to see Soledad Marketplace get built because that's going to increase our AV, which will increase excess RPTTF to the city. With that concludes my report. At this point, staff is recommending that City Council accept the mid-year report and approve the recommended budget adjustments.
Thank you, Mike, and thank you for bringing us in all of those extra revenues. Appreciate that. So before we come to comments from the council, let me take it out to public comments to hear from our members of the public in regards to the presentation of the mid-year budget review. So let me ask any members of the public that are here joining us in our chambers if there's any comments. Okay, seeing none, then I will take it out to our Zoom. If there's any members that are joining us via Zoom, if there's any comments regarding item B-1. Okay, I see no hands up, so I'll bring it back to the council and I'll start. Let me start with Mayor Pro Tem.
Sure, thank you, Mary. Yes, Mike, thanks so much for that presentation, and it's anytime it's good news, we're receptive to it. Is there a standard percentage that on the increases on the projects that we're doing as a result of the inflation? Are we seeing like a 10% increase on any of the projects that we're doing, 5%, 3%?
I would actually defer, Don, do you have any, what you're kind of seeing as quotes, percentage wise of higher than what we expected?
It's a percentage I don't want to repeat because it's astronomically high. So like road maintenance, we didn't do a project last year. It came in 81% higher than what we estimated based on prior years. So it's a new world, new bidding climate, we'll try to get it. And see what we get with the competitive process we have.
And council members, with respect to the one project, the community centered kitchen. It's not just increased bids, but an awareness that as we looked at the scope of the project, we had to meet county health department requirements. And so in the course of the project, it became known that we had additional things we had to do that added to the scope of the project.
So those were unforeseen costs.
Yes.
Yeah, and then that makes sense, once you get in there, and especially with the kitchens, and I just was looking for a standard kind of, are we realizing like the 6% increase? So in anticipation of future projects, should we anticipate in projecting that 6% into the, you know, the total, the projected costs on the, so that way we come in and we don't have to be coming back all the time, asking for council for additional money or having to move money from different funds. That was the purpose of the question on the percentage rise. So when that comes to light, or the actual number, you guys are able to look at that, and then that would be helpful as well in the future. And also, I want to thank you for being creative and utilizing all the financial tools available to us to increase some revenues that we hadn't realized in the past, or to this extent. So thank you so much for that, and being creative.
Yeah,
That's all.
and good point about the, you know, the increases. We are living in a very uncertain time right now, and it's been good, and it's been to our detriment, where we had so many federal dollars flowing into multiple jurisdictions with only a limited number of contractors. They have more work than they know what to do with, so they're increasing their rates. Sometimes monthly, you know, we see increases. So, but point taken, that we should kind of look into some of that.
That's all.
Yeah, thank you. Councilman Corralejo?
I actually don't have any questions. I just wanted to say thank you for being proactive and seeking out savings and, you know, same thing, being creative. So just thank you.
Councilmember Chavez?
The only thing, you know, just looking at everything, I think everything came out really well. I think, you know, you being creative, you've been creative every year we've been here, you've figured out a way to kind of get through things and kind of push the envelope, and utilizing to get funding through interest. Again, being creative, that's really good, and it's been really well. It has been something really good for our city. I did notice that when you look at the measure S under the recreation revenue, I saw that was quite a bit short. And, you know, we're talking about probably $70,000 short or so. And everything else, you know, you mentioned that everything else as far as the sales tax is 2 months behind. So if we use those calculations of being 2 months behind, we're about 218,000 above in our sales tax if the projections continue on over our estimated budget. But that one right there is the one that's falling short. Is there any reasons, or?
Yes, good observation. And part of that is that the fourth quarter sales tax payments, we don't recognize those until February, March. So these numbers don't include that really high fourth quarter sales month, which is the holiday shopping.
Okay, all right. So, and that would be the same thing for the recreation?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Well, no, the recreation revenue by itself,
That's just falling short.
that is, we extended a very lofty goal for the recreation manager to, you know, not knowing.
Right.
And not having that. And, you know, we're now getting 2 years worth of that actual data behind us. And so I think we'll start pulling that more in line with what we're actually doing. So, you know, we put a goal out there to do $300,000 of recreation revenue between the rentals and recreation revenue. We're not hitting that at this point.
This is why the kitchen improvements are so critical. Even at the higher estimate, because we've been unable to rent the facility for large events that require kitchen facilities. As soon as we can get that done, we can get revenue going again.
So it'll increase our revenues.
We expect it to increase some of the facility rentals, yes.
Okay. I know it's a new program for us, recreation is new for us, so I expect bumps in the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Cabrera?
Yeah, are you asking for approval right now for the increase in budget for that kitchen, or?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So, well, we're asking to increase the ARPA budget by $90,000, which will be dedicated to the kitchen.
Okay.
Which is the increase of the interest earnings going to the fund.
Thank you for that. Very good. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mike, thank you so much for this. I just have a couple of questions, and I know you mentioned the starting blocks and the $90,000, but so the starting blocks were paid out of the ARPA dollars, correct?
They were.
Okay, so because we took some money, or we didn't take any money from recreation, to be
We-
able to,
We did take the
We did.
40,000. We
Okay,
did
that's
take
what
the
I thought. We
40,000
did.
from the recreation allocation, yes.
okay, so now what we have before us with some of the interest now, we're just swapping it, putting it back
Right.
with more.
With more.
Okay, got it. And then I want to go back to, so my other question too is we used to get a sales tax brochure kind of estimate, and I think it used to come out in like April, the one sheet that we used to get that used to have the revenues coming in through our sales tax, and it had just kind of the breakdown. Do we still get those? Because I haven't seen those late. I mean, I haven't seen those in a while.
We do. We do get a flyer that HDL presents that is non-confidential information that we can share with the council.
Okay, and so can we share that with the public?
Yes.
Okay, because I think that's really important, especially in terms of the sales tax revenues that are coming in. Because it's a really easy format to be able to look at. So I think that's really important for us, once we get it in, to be able to, obviously for the council, but also for our residents. I mean, that's, in terms of transparency and looking at how much sales tax is coming into the city, I think it's really important. So if we can somehow feature that too, I think that would be important. And then I want to go back to the 2 million on the sales of the cell towers. I know we talked about parking it in general fund. Will that come back to us during the budget? For the budget approval process? Because then I really want to make sure that we have a discussion on how those 2 million will be allocated and where the council wants to see those, especially if we're having conversations about some of our priority projects. And if, the expansion of City Hall and the fire department is a priority, to really be able to look at those one-time revenues that are coming in, and how do we pair it with what we've already set aside for that, to make sure that we have additional funding to ensure that we're getting to a point that we have money to be able to do that. And so my other question, excuse me?
So I just said, put in a money market account. $2 million.
Sorry, Mayor.
Yeah, so, and my other.
Trying to get more interest.
Yeah, no, more interest.
We are.
So I just want to follow up on Mayor Pro Tem's comment, because I think this is one of the things that I've seen also with some of our projects, and I get it that, inflation is high and we have to adjust to that. But I also understand that, I worked also with the city, and we did the oversight of our CIP projects, and the construction inspectors are really good at trying to really minimize any contract change orders. And, part of these projects also have contingency. So not only what they're coming back to us, but they have to set aside, 10%, or depending on the money, depending on the amount of the project, right? There was, a percentage of contingency that went in there. So if there was any unforeseen costs, then the contractors can tap into that contingency cost. So my understanding then that it's, even with the contingency costs, they're still coming back, and that's not enough. So are they bidding the projects when we're going out to bid? Are they being realistic? Because that's my concern, is like, we're getting all these projects that they're bidding on them. We're giving it to the bidder, the lowest bidder, and then they're coming back and we're still getting increased costs. So I'm sure that there could be a mechanism based on the public works contract code of how can we ensure that we don't continue to have those really high costs and contract change orders and coming back for inflation costs. So looking at what policies can we institute to make sure that our contracts have some of those provisions and language in terms of what is that amount that they can come back and say, well, we had 89% inflation cost, and now we're coming back and we need more money. That concerns me, because I know it's happened, and I get the situation, but I think, you know, I think it's important to be able to look at how do we minimize, what can we do to be able to minimize that?
That I would defer to Don.
Well, especially on the park project, it's a little wacky because we try to.
Don, could you come to my?
Oh, sure. So the project that we recently brought back to council a couple of times and may bring back again was a little wacky because we've got a large grant that we tried to maximize. And what we didn't do, we didn't factor in COVID pricing because we bid the project during COVID. We didn't know it was going to be 25–30% higher. So as you recall, we bid the project, then the bids came in over what the grant funded. We had the value engineering back down to what the grant would enable us to spend with some contingency. Then as the project developed, we weren't using the contingency, so we put some back that we had cut out with the value engineering. So it went back and forth. I think it's going to end up with very little change orders, other than the big change order we did was putting original scope stuff back into the project. So it really wasn't an unforeseen change order. It was trying to maximize the funding and build the most complete park we could.
For the park project, but if there was that we're coming back for like the restroom projects that we just approved and they've already bidded on it, and to come back and say, well, now there's inflation cost and now we have to expend more money than was anticipated. I guess for me, those are the kind of projects, like what instruments can we use to really minimize some of those?
Well, we wouldn't approve that change order. If that was the
I mean,
proposal.
well, and so we as a council can do that, not approve it, obviously, but is there a mechanism and what can we do? And you don't have to answer me now, Don, but I think it's important to be able to look at what policies can we set in place for these contracts that have come back to us with multiple change orders and increases, significant
I
increases.
think our policies are fine and our contracting code is being met. In this case of the restroom, our engineer's estimate was way short of what the best bid came in. So there was a differential there.
So we can work on
Better
making sure
estimate.
estimates are
And the reason it was
correct.
low is because we used other estimates, applied the engineering news record escalator, but with COVID, you know, a 4% escalator wasn't the 16, 20, 25% we're seeing in COVID. So the estimate was far lower than the low bid.
Thank you, Don. Those are just my question, my concerns. Other than that, thank you. Great job.
Thank you.
Okay, council, so thank you so much, Mike, for getting us more money, and we will move on to our next item. Oh, do you have final thoughts?
Yeah, I need a motion for you.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Okay, council.
I'll go ahead and make that motion to move forward.
Second.
So the first and the second I heard from Councilwoman Corralejo, so we all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so motion carries. Thank you. So we'll move on to our next item on our agenda, which is item B-2. Set a date for a joint city council and planning commission workshop to review and discuss the Front Street vision options created by ELS Architecture. And I'll turn this over to Brian.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Getting really excited about this project. We're getting towards the end. However, the most important aspect of the project is showing the council the three different options in which the consultant ELS Architecture has put together as possibilities for the Front Street parcel owned by the city of Soledad. We had a community meeting on October 17th and a business stakeholder meeting on October 17th, the same day, two different meetings. Gathered a lot of comments from the individuals that came to the meeting, as well as we've had many different surveys posted on the city's social media since then. And ELS has taken all of that, extrapolated all that information, and has come up with some really wonderful renderings. And so what staff is seeking is to see if we could have a couple dates or a date in mind in which the council could convene for a special meeting to talk about the project and to include the planning commission on that. So I do have some dates that don't work for the consultant, but I prefer to hear from the council first what would work for you, so I can figure that out.
Yeah, thank you, Brian. I know calendaring has been a challenge for the council, but if you're including the planning commission, is it best to make sure that we're consulting also with planning commissioners, so we have a quorum on their end and on our end. And then maybe do I know Darlene probably hates doodle polls, but I think if the planning commissioners are gonna be involved, do you have dates already from them that they're available, so we can take a look at that?
So I do not have dates from the planning commission. I wanted to make sure that the council, it's important to have the 5 council members at the meeting. And if we have some dates, we feel confident that we would have at least the majority of the planning commission to be able to meet those dates.
Okay, so what's a timeline?
It would be good over the next 2 months, early, no later than kind of mid to early April.
Okay, so council then.
Just a question, real quick through the chair. When does the planning commission meet?
So they meet the second Thursday of each month. So the next meeting would be
The 9th.
the 9th. And then they meet here the 13th. That could be an option. 13th.
Okay, so the 13th of what? April?
And that actually does meet the consultant's date too.
That's a good day for me.
So that's a Cal Cities Leader Summit.
Yeah, in Sacramento.
Yeah, in Sacramento. How many?
Oh.
I don't know how many of the council are planning to attend.
I'm not sure yet.
Is there another date?
What about the 12th is a council meeting?
So can we use the 12th as a workshop? To be able to do it, I know it's always really hard to be able to schedule stuff that's outside of the council meetings, but if we could do the 12th and we can just, if we have some of the council, if we have some of the items that are that we need obviously to take care of for business, but leave the other portion of it to be able to have a workshop on this. Would that work? Instead of trying to figure out another date.
The meetings in April are,
No, first and third, so April the 12th.
Yeah, it's not, yeah.
So what about the 19th? Because that's the next council meeting.
That'll be a regular council meeting.
Yeah, that'll be a regular council
We could have a
meeting.
workshop at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, what is that, everybody's calendar look like on the 19th?
I say you could.
I'm free. Me too. Alejandro?
I'm good. For what?
For the 19th? And if we could do it at 5, that would be good.
That's in April?
In April 19th.
Why not in the 5th?
Do you-
I mean, I can make it, but why not in the 5th if,
So an hour is possible, but we do want a good robust conversation between the council, planning commission.
2 hours?
And ELS.
Yeah.
It is important. I mean, I know no one wants to have long meetings, but
Yeah,
Yeah, so we can accommodate for that. So, I mean, even like I said, if we have, if we can tailor some of the agenda items, to be a little bit less, so we have more time to have that fruitful discussion, then we can do that.
so
Mike, how do you do that? So if we want to do a 5 and go to 6, 5, 6, or 7, have a 2-hour. Can we do like a workshop, special workshop and a council meeting after, or can we just do is it just easier to do an agenda, do the workshop, and then any of the council business?
I'm not sure. So the idea would be, you want to give yourself more than an hour's worth of time? Is that what you're saying?
2 hours. Mhm.
Oh, 2
Just
hours.
Like 2 hours.
We can figure out a way to accommodate that. If you want to try to figure out a way to allocate that and then also have your regular city council meeting at the same time, we can, I can't quite think of how we would do that without bumping the regular city council meeting, but we have adequate time to provide notice to the public that that's what we would be doing or something along those lines. I think we could probably do something. So let us play around with agendas and make sure that we're complying with the Brown Act and so forth. But I think that we should be able to allocate 2 hours of time and then time for your meeting as well.
Okay.
and maybe a suggestion through the chair would be that on that day, since we're having a special workshop, then we only have 2 business items on that day or something like that.
Yeah, so we're not here. till
We're not-
really late, huh?
Yeah, and that again,
Unless you're bringing dinner, man.
The idea is for what date again? That would be.
On the
for-
19th, which
Uh,
is the second Wednesday in April.
In April, okay.
So would the room be changed because it would be?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. We can accommodate for that. Okay, council, we're good with that?
Yeah.
Okay,
All right,
so
thank you.
you got your date.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. So I would suggest to, if you can send us, save the date or. Oh, we have it already because it's on the 19th, never mind. The council
The
meeting,
only thing is just change it
Yeah,
up to the
change it
5.
up to 5 o'clock, yeah. Okay, sounds good. Okay, thank you. So let me take it out to any members of the public that have a comment on item B-2 before we move on to item B-3. Any members of the public? Okay, any those that are joining us via Zoom have any comments? Okay, seeing none, then we will move on to item B-3, which is resolution number 5919, consideration adoption of a resolution of the city council of the city of Soledad approving a contract with Spay Neuter Imperative Project for providing low-cost spay and neuter services to Soledad residents and authorizing and directing the interim city manager to execute the same on behalf of the city. So will I turn it over to you, Chief?
Yes, ma'am. Mayor and council, I'll be speaking to you tonight about the spay neuter imperative project for SNP, the SNP bus that we've been using for the last couple of years here in town. And, I'm just gonna, you have the packet in your council agenda, has a staff report, the resolution and the scope of services and cost. And I actually asked Melanie to come here tonight just in case, after I'm done with all the highlights here, the council has any questions. Several years ago, the city began using the services provided by SNP, low cost spay and neuter in South County. We didn't have anything like that down there or down here. So SNP provides that. They bring their bus down, set it up in a location here in town and provide low cost spay and neutering to our exploding animal population here in Soledad. The funding for this initially came from the Measure S fund. And in there somewhere, the council had set aside about $42,000 for the funding for this project. And we've had several clinics that have been held here in Soledad, and about every 6 months or so, the invoice, we would be invoiced for $21,000, which, basically half. So every 6 months we pay for half of. We recently received an invoice for $21,000. And while researching the payment methods for the invoice, we determined that the invoices would come in and the former city manager would use his discretionary city manager authority and pay SNP that way. We also discovered that other than just some meeting notes from meetings and such, there was no actual contract with SNP for the services. You couldn't find one anywhere. So basically, that's what we have here tonight. We have the staff report, the resolution, and a contract for SNP to continue either council can either continue using the SNP services, low cost, spay and neuter, or we can the council could choose to discontinue the services, SNP, and our folks will once again be driving to Salinas for all their low cost spay and neutering. So basically, that's the proposal for you tonight. And if there are any questions from anything that you've read, if I can't answer them, the boss that runs the whole SNP organization can do so for you.
Mayor, members, council, just add one if I could. So you heard that we did not have a contract and city manager approved the expenditure out of his signature authority. However, all the funds were budgeted, and the budget for animal services financed by Measure S included Last year, $40,000, this year, $50,000 for professional services, which would cover this, which did cover it.
It's just the contract with me.
So the contract.
Yes.
So, okay, so, thank you, Chief, for that. Let me take it up to the public and see if there's any questions. And then I'll bring it back to the council, if that's okay. Okay, so any member of the public would like to make a comment on this item? Okay, seeing none that are here, any member of the public that is joining us via Zoom would like to make a comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, then I will bring it back to council for discussion or questions. And so I will start, so I have some questions, so let me start with the council and then I'll make my question, then I'll have my questions. So I'll start with Councilmember Cabrera. If you have any comments.
No, I don't have any questions, but I do have a comment. That's an excellent services that we some of us got or used throughout the years. So I think that it is an excellent opportunity for many of our residents to have a low cost service for their animals. Yeah, so.
And I don't have the numbers. I think Melanie has the numbers of how many spay, neuter, all that stuff that has been done so far, if the council would like those.
Okay, that's all. Okay, Councilmember Chavez.
Yeah, I mean, same here with what Councilmember Cabrera said, over the years, the lines are huge every single time. Before they had the actual trailer, they were utilizing the community center. They've utilized the police station. I mean, it's been different variations that have happened over the years of trying to figure out how to do so. So to be able to have such a facility that is, able to do this in a way that is humane for our animals here, I think is a great thing. So I am sorry that somehow along the line, the contract fell apart or didn't come through. We as council, as far as I know, I thought we had a contract. I didn't realize we didn't, because we did it every year in the budget process. So I didn't know that we didn't. So it was in there in the budget process that we saw that. So I would say that I think it's such a wonderful job that's been done. And I've seen so many of our residents that just line up and are always hoping to utilize those low cost services that if you were to go to SPCA, a service like this is going to cost you easily, depending on how much your animal weighs, could easily cost you $200, $300, $600 for that service. So anyways, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Chavez. Councilwoman Corralejo.
Yes, I just wanted to thank the chief and Melanie for Melanie for being here and all you do, and the chief for the report. And I just wanted to say, to me, this is a much needed service, and I'm, was glad to see it on our agenda. My family and I actually are huge dog lovers, and we have worked with SCAR. I think you're familiar with them. We have fostered animals that were almost ready to be euthanized. We love pit bulls, and apparently not everybody does. And so I just wanted to say we have used your service when you guys have taken care of some of SCAR's dogs and whatnot. And I just wanted to say this is a great collaboration. I know, not I think. Between the city and also SCAR, because I believe they also have some kind of voucher program where they help to subsidize that gap between, the charge, the cost, and what we cover. And so and between SNPs, I just think it's a good all around, not just for the animals. Not only is it humane, but at the end of the day, it also comes back to the city and it helps our staff. I'm sure our animal control, and we don't have that 24/7 animal control yet. I know we did have applications out for that position. So I think it's just all around good, and it's helping ourselves, the dogs, and our animal lovers. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. And obviously it is a needed program. However, I'm interested in, I see the lines, which is outstanding. There's a need for it, understandable. But also I see that, do you keep track of the residents that are utilizing that? Do you keep addresses or zip codes or, so in other words, I see people from Greenfield, I see people from Gonzales coming in as well. And so if we're making this expenditure and we're signing this contract, first and foremost, you know, I like to see our people use it because we're providing that money for the service. So, and then secondly, in comparison to taking it to the vet or wherever to get that done, what is the cost for?
May I comment? Oh, so, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, those are the questions. If you could provide it, that'd be great.
So, Mr. Jimenez, to answer your question, to go back a little bit, when the city is funding the project for SNP bus, we have 2 clinics here. When we're positioned or stationed here, just so that you know, we do not allow anyone who is not a resident of Soledad to come to those clinics. We typically always have the first one in the morning for the city residents. The second half, we open it up, and it's funded either through my grants or somewhere else, just so you know, because I certainly wouldn't want you to think that. Yeah, and we don't ask anyone to provide a driver's license. All we ask for is a water bill or a utility bill or something like that, proving that they are a resident within the city of Soledad. So that's important for all of you to know. You asked me how much, if they weren't going to be here with SNP, or how what the cost is for them
Yeah.
on SNP.
So I take my dog, you know, I don't have a dog. We
Okay,
had them all, but I don't have any anymore.
well, I don't like you
But-
anymore then. Okay,
What does it cost to have it done?
to SNP, $25 if the
$25?
city is sponsoring it. Mhm, and vaccines, I believe, are $10 to $15, microchips are 20. And to also go back to Mr. Chavez's comment, if I may, with all due respect, many people out here, even if they could afford the FPCA,
Oh, yeah.
none of them are traveling up to the FPCA to be able to get their dogs or cats fixed. Many of them are field workers here, or they work locally. And it is a full tank of gas and, or it is a full turnaround time for them to drop their dog or cat off at 6 o'clock in the morning and then have to go pick them up again at 5. So I bring this service down here knowing that the need is massive, not just in Soledad, but in South County. And we are proud of the service that we have been providing. I would love to see all of you out there in the morning and see your residents enjoying the service and how grateful many of them are. And again, I apologize for all of not even remembering. I think it popped in my head one night when I was sitting there on the couch. I'm like, I don't think I got an invoice for Soledad. But anyway, hopefully we can get all of this figured out and get back on track. I am grateful. I think everything happens for a reason. I always love to come down and speak about my precious nonprofit and how it's helping communities like yours and like Soledad. And I love Soledad and I love the residents here. So hopefully we can continue on the service.
Yep. Thank you, Melanie. I just have a question though. I know it's 25 when the city sponsors it, but how much is it if the city doesn't sponsor it?
It would be unsponsored prices that would begin with about $80 to $120 per cat. That's a lot of money down here for many of your residents. It's not if I'm in Monterey. Also, if it's a small dog, and I'm gonna be approximate here, it's about 120 to 150 for like a small Chihuahua or just a small puppy. But when you start talking to bigger pit bulls, and man, you guys have a lot of big dogs down here. It's probably even with us to be able just to meet the requirement for paying my doctors and so on and so on. It's probably about $250 per dog. And I just do want to say this too, Mayor, if you don't mind. Go ahead.
Yes, no, go ahead. I have some questions, so I'll let you finish.
We have, on average, since we started in Soledad 4 years ago, we've averaged between 357 animals here a year. And you can imagine how that impacts when you're talking the amount of litters that many of these big dogs have, as well as cats and dogs. And we do about 30 pets per clinic once a month when we are here. So I just wanted to give you that statistic.
Okay, thank you. And then just to clarify, when you said this, the first clinic is open only to Soledad residents, but then the second clinic is open to everybody else?
It's open up to South County, yes, so they can come, like, for example, many times either I get a private donor and I'll say, hey, we have this second clinic, because we're here and we want to fix as many pets as possible. It's not that we wouldn't put Soledad residents in it. It's just typically, like I said, we just utilize your money to make sure it is all Soledad residents in the very beginning. And then we do open it up to Greenfield, Soledad, maybe who couldn't get in the morning or something like that.
Okay, but the 42,000, it's spent on Soledad residents. That's what I want to be clear.
100%. Yep. And I am extremely strict with that all over the state of California. I have 4 vehicles that run almost every day in California. And when a city or a county is paying for something, just like Monterey County is as well, we take it extremely seriously.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that, for clarification. So I have a couple of questions and I have some, I'm gonna make my comments and then I'll do my questions that I have. So I guess for me, it's just really, I know that there was mention that there was minutes. I'd like to see the minutes, if we can find those minutes of how much was allocated. I know there was 42,000. I know that there was a discussion and I remember that. I don't know that 42,000 was the amount though, but I remember that there was an approval. And if I can, we can get a copy of those minutes because apparently they're not here. And just in terms of the process for the reimbursement, I know that obviously we have, depending on the contracts, there's, really strict invoicing and when those payments are made. So, I'm concerned, if it was 42,000 or not, but why they were done in 2 different payments. The city manager only has authorization to enter into contracts of $25,000, of 25,000? Yeah, 25,000. And so if this was more than that, why we didn't get a contract, it really concerns me because I think we're trying as we move forward, especially in the budget process, and we did this last year, we really scrutinized a lot of the nonprofits that came before us and that we gave money to, especially the one that I'm coming to my mind is Sun Street Centers and really making sure that we had a contract. They had a report, so we were able to listen, not today, but have a report during the budget process to be able to look at the numbers that they've served. And that we had a really stringent budget as well. And I didn't see a budget in the contract that we have here. So I think it's really important that there's a budget attached to a contract that gives us that information that you're talking about in terms of, you have 2 clinics or we sponsor 1 clinic or we sponsor 2 clinics, what is the cost? And what are those services? How many animals are being served through the clinic? And what is the cost? Is it just the cost for the $25, but then if it's a dog and it's $80 and the rest of it goes to absorb that, to cover that gap, right? So I just want to make sure we're clear in terms of a budget, that we do have a budget in the contract, because I didn't see that. And then also in the provisions of the contract that we have a reporting mechanism. We've gone through this with different contracts that we have, and I think it's important because they're public dollars, that our residents also have an opportunity to be able to hear how we're funding these programs, but what is the benefit? And obviously, there's benefits, but I think it's important to be able to have that opportunity, not just for us as a council, but I think for our residents to be able to understand, here's what we're utilizing our public dollars for, and here's how, the services that we're getting from that. So I would like to see a report portion of it. And I don't know if it comes back during the budget process, because obviously it was mentioned that we approved this during the last budget process. But the contract, as I read in the report, would be effective as of today, and then it would end 2023. So we're entering to a contract and it ends December of 2023.
It ends June.
The report says December 2023. So I'm confused in regards to, just the way this is being done now after the fact, and that if we're gonna do this, that I want to be clear that there's transparency in terms of how we do our other budget allocations. And if this was done last year in budget allocation, then that means that it's due in June, but we're entering into a new contract.
It's the second one was to start in January of 2023. It was going to end in June of 2023. That was the other half of the 21,000, which is exactly what they did the year before. And by the way, we'd be happy to, because we do it for the city of Salinas and other cities. We can send a breakdown of how many animals were fixed that day. Obviously, we never violate anyone's privacy because of HIPAA laws, so we can't send addresses or names of people. but we do break down exactly what was fixed that day with your city money.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I think I just need clarification on that because then that seems to me we're entering into a different contract. I mean, we've already had a contract from last year. Why are we approving this contract for this year without it going through the budget
Well,
process?
first, we don't have a budget. We don't have a contract.
Well, we don't
now.
have a contract.
This contract term would end on December 31st, 2023, so it would span 2 fiscal years. And that was the case historically. That's why the city manager in 1 fiscal year from that budget was able to allocate 21,000, and from the next fiscal year, another 21,000.
So we approved it for 2 years? I don't remember that.
So I think what he's saying is that if I'm understanding it correctly, what Ed is saying is that this contract, for whatever reason, was built as a calendar contract
Yes.
versus a
Yeah,
fiscal
so-
contract. And so it is hitting 2 fiscal years. And it falls under the preview of the previous city manager that could go up to a contract of 25 per fiscal year. So he was doing 25, 21, and 21 per fiscal year,
Yeah.
which fell underneath that.
Yeah,
I think
but-
I think we need to correct it again at some
Yes.
point.
So, yeah, and I think that's pretty deceptive because it's 21 and 21. I mean, we didn't have a contract for 2 years. So this is coming before us and I get it that it's on a calendar year, but I think for me is that I don't remember, that's why I want minutes to be able to say that we approved it for a 2-year period. Because most of our contracts that we do, especially during the budget process, we're approving them on an annual basis. Unless, I mean, the council decides it's gonna be more than that, but I don't remember this being approved for 2 years.
So you make a point again, thank you, Mr. Chavez, that we did not have a contract, so we're starting afresh here. And the question is whether or not we want this contract to extend over 2 fiscal years and end on December 31st, 2023. Funds for this fiscal year are budgeted, and we will recommend in the next fiscal year budget sufficient funds to fund this contract.
So we're not going through the budget, and I get it, I get it, but this is not what I recall approving. So
And
for
on the
me,
question of, if I could, there, on the question of minutes, you saw that in the staff report. A variety of staff people have had a variety of remembrances as to how this came about. And frankly, we did look for the minutes that were referenced and couldn't find any that were detailed. And we don't have detailed minutes from the budget workshops, and it's possible that it occurred there. Even members of the council recall this conversation, but we can't find the record that you asked for. So we could keep looking, but we haven't found it yet.
I think for me, Ed, and I just want to make it clear, obviously, I know the services are important, but I just don't, the process is very deceitful for me in terms of how we're doing this. And how it was approved in, 21 and 21, chunks of budgeting. So if we're gonna approve this for the 31st and to extend until 2023, then during the budget process, then we have an opportunity to look at if there's budget set aside and sufficient money, we still have to approve it during the budget process. Correct? So we're approving this just in 2023. And if we're gonna approve for next year, then it has to come before the budget, during the budget process to us.
I'll tell you my understanding, my understanding, and ask city attorney to confirm or comment. All contracts are subject to appropriation, so we'd have to appropriate the funds in the next fiscal year for the portion of this contract that is attributable next fiscal year.
And so just so that I understand, so what we're looking at is just to approve the 21,000 for this part of the year, or?
We're recommending a contract that would extend for this for the full calendar year. And it would be for $42,000, 21,000 from the current adopted budget and 21,000 from a future to be recommended and adopted budget.
And so just to be clear though, however, in the budget process, the appropriation will come through the process of the budget so that we make a decision if we do move forward with that second half.
Absolutely, and based on what others have commented today, we'll include as part of that recommendation a report on progress.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. And that was just my question. So my final, Melanie, to you is for the other cities that you do, King City, Gonzales, and the other ones, do they also provide funding to you or you provide those services to those communities for free?
No, they do not provide any funding currently. When I use, when they're not funded down here, I typically use grant money that I've applied for.
Okay, and so the grant money doesn't allow for us.
Oh, I've given you a lot of grant money. when we weren't funding us at all down here. It was a lot of grant money, probably for the first couple of years, I want to say, but with my grant money.
Okay, but so, given, thank you for that, but the case is that other communities are getting it, are getting the service, they're just not funding it.
Right,
They're funding it through the grant.
They're working through SCAR with their voucher program. And that's actually a great question, Mayor, because the second part of the spay and neuter afternoons that we have, we use a lot of vouchers with SCAR as well. So if there were some, I mean, our clinics book up so fast down here. So if there are some Soledad residents that weren't able to get on, we refer them to SCAR so that they can get a voucher.
Yeah, thank you, Melanie. And my last comment on this is just awareness. Obviously, you say, you know, there's tons of people that are utilizing this service. How do we continue to really make sure that we are educating and raising awareness for our pet owners to make sure that, you know, these are the services that are provided, but if you know, there's a limitation on how many dogs and cats you can have, right? Or
Right.
making sure that we're raising awareness because
I do it all the time.
Yeah.
That's what I do. Yeah, and we do it a lot on social media. We remind people how important it is. Big dogs, big litters, take advantage of us. We're here, get your dogs done, you know, when they're young, don't wait when they're 150 pounds and they can't get on our units. It's been very, 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 very successful. And it's been wonderful because as you guys know, the Hispanic communities are very close. And once you get in them and you establish a trust and a good reputation, they tell others. And it's been really, really, really successful for us down here. And we still do hand out a lot of flyers in low income areas in Spanish and English. And then all the good ladies who answer my phones all speak fluent Spanish and English so that everyone's very comfortable when they call in to get their pet fixed.
Yeah, no, thank you. I mean, I think the majority for the communities in South County, obviously, we have a high population of Latinos, and so I just.
It is getting much better, though, I will admit. It's been met with a lot of positive vigor, and a lot of people are doing the right thing and getting their pets fixed. So when people say, oh, people don't get their pets, that's not true. A lot of people down here want to do the right thing. They just need the accessibility and the affordability of SNP. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah,
Thank you, Council.
Thank you for that. Hold on, let me just, and so my final comment on this is, I know that we are using Measure S, and Measure S went with certain language. I also want to make sure that when we're looking at this, that there's another component of Measure S that we also have for childcare, and I believe Councilwoman Corralejo had brought it up again. So as we're doing our budget process, it's important for us to be able to look at those other funding sources that were also, you know, supposed to be utilized for the public dollars that came in under Measure S, that we're really covering what we said we were going to do, or at least addressing some of those other concerns that our voters voted to be able to have access to that, those services as well, and childcare being one of those. Those are my comments, Council. So, Councilwoman Corralejo.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say something to the chair. Thank you. And yes, the Measure S did include animal welfare on there. And I know for me, we see a lot of our unhoused that were kind of brought up to light during the storms that we had recently in December, January. And, you know, I'm sure that they use these services, and we also see at least I have seen an increase in pet owners. They have a lot of due to COVID and different things. I've seen more people now with emotional support dogs. You know, dogs that they use to just help them get through, and not everyone can afford the services. And if we have that earmarked already in our budget, then it's definitely something that I want to support. We always talk about, you know, hearing people's voices. Unfortunately, animals don't have any. So I would love for us to keep supporting this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for those comments. Okay, Council, if there's no other comments, or I mean, I think we're done with the comment portion of it. Unless there's a different comment that hasn't been said already.
I'd like to go ahead and move resolution number, go ahead.
Through the chair, I just want to make sure that that staff has that I've got the contract straight. So the contract that you have before you is for the entire calendar year of 2023. It will not expire in June. It will expire at the end of 2023. Mayor, with respect to the two items that you brought up, one is that if for some reason there was a decision not to fund this project in the budget that will kick into place in July 1, the contract has our standard language. It says we could terminate this agreement at any time without any, we just pay for whatever services have already been provided. So we have that out. The scope of services actually references the number of clinics that will be provided and the price per clinic. It also indicates that they'll provide complete records of residents served, procedures completed for each clinic that will be provided to the city. So there is a reporting component in there as well. And I think that's what you were asking.
Yes, but it doesn't say when are those reports going to be provided?
We can add that, we can tweak that language to indicate, Melanie, I hope you don't mind if I ask you directly, in terms of being able to provide the city with that information, would you be able to provide it within a certain number of weeks after a clinic had been completed, or?
About the report that we give to
Yeah.
city, within 2 days.
Okay, so we'll have it within.
And they come in really nice Excel sheets and they're clear.
Okay, so we'll just add language, so they'll be provided within a week or 2 weeks after the completion of each clinic. Okay.
Okay. So.
That's it, that's all I need to
Yeah,
know.
and that it comes back, if we're gonna approve it for another year, it has to come back for us during the budget process. Because it'll expire in December.
We'll look at the appropriation during that time, and if we make it,
Yeah.
we decide to change it, we'll.
I
change
know,
it.
but I just wanna make sure it comes back during that.
Well, it'll have
time.
to come back, because
Yeah.
the contract will expire at the end of the year, and no services will be authorized after the expiration of the contract. We'll either have to amend the contract to extend the time period or enter into a new contract, but yeah, there wouldn't be any way for us to extend the services or the contract past December 31st of 2023.
Got it. It's clear.
Okay.
So through the chair, my recommendation is then we move this to a fiscal calendar instead of annual calendar. And that way it's incorporated into the budget process. I mean, this is silly.
Yeah, it
For
is
us to
silly.
discuss and just yearly calendar, move it on to the fiscal calendar. And then there, you totally understand where the money's coming from and we know what's being
Yeah.
committed to SNP program or to these programs.
So do you want me to extend the term of this contract to 18 months as opposed to, so then this contract would end at the end of the next fiscal year?
Well, but if you're gonna extend it without any additional funding, if you're gonna extend it to 18 months, I mean,
If you have anytime that you don't want to fund the project, we just terminate the agreement, right? So it's not like a contractor who's doing a project for us that we pay and they know how much money they're gonna earn. If you decide you're not going to fund it in the upcoming budget, then you would just terminate the contract.
so.
I'm just saying, in order for us to get lined up with the fiscal schedule, then we probably need to have this contract be an 18-month schedule as opposed to a 12-month schedule, because it's gonna end at the end of the,
And we can come back during the budget to make a decision if we're gonna move it forward or not at that point, basically.
So, but I'm with Councilmember, I'm with Mayor.
And
Pro
my
Tem
recommendation for you
To
to. it ends
put in fiscal year.
June, this
Yeah.
contract ends in June, and then we, if we're gonna enter into another contract.
To come
make it a
back.
fiscal.
we can do that too.
Yep.
We can
I
do
mean,
that.
that'd be, I
Yeah.
think the best way to go, and then we are all aware and we all know what the expectation is, and you have it as well.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Mhm.
That's fine, yep.
Okay.
Consensus of the council ends in June.
June.
I can't remember if June has 30 or 31.
Yeah, that's why I was asking if we are
It has
only
30.
voting for this particular 6 months period, so that the new contract or the contract that she doesn't have could start in June. Because that's probably what we're doing,
But if we're
right?
but if we're gonna do that, then it's still 42,000, because 42,000 is given.
No,
to
it's
the
gonna be
extent.
at the price that we're paying is that, so
21.
if the period that we're talking about covering is only the period of January 1 of this
Okay.
year to June
To June.
30th
Mhm.
of this year, right?
Yes.
So that's what we're paying for. My understanding though is there is another outstanding invoice for the period between July 30 or July 1st of
to
2022 and
Okay.
December 31st.
There's a $21,000 invoice up to this point, and then the next 6 months is another 21,000. which would end in June, and we would have to come back and redo the contract.
Yeah.
So then it would be
So
the
it's for
21,000.
Services already provided.
For
We
this
owe
6-month contract, it's a not to exceed amount of 21,000 because we only pay per clinic offered. And so as long as they have 6 clinics in that time period, that's what we pay. If they only did 5 clinics, or for some reason they were unable to do a clinic in a given month, we wouldn't pay the full $21,000. So it'll be set up as a not to exceed starting January 1 of this year, ending June 30th of this year. And then that means that we'll be having the item come back to you before you even know it, right? It'll be.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's just.
Okay,
it's
does that
a-
make sense? We have a consensus. That's.
I'm fine with that.
that's the
Yes,
contract
I'm
Want to enter
okay with
into this evening? Okay.
Okay,
So
so
we need a motion.
I'll go ahead and make the motion to accept resolution 5919 as amended.
I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so motion carries.
There was a public comment.
Oh, there was a public comment. I apologize. I thought I. Oh, so, yeah, so, prior Councilmember Strawbridge is on the line with the public comment, but we passed the public comment period. So we're gonna move on. Yeah, sorry about that, because I already had opened up for public comments. So let's move on then, council. Yeah, thank you.
Good night.
We'll move on to our next item on our agenda, which is, our B4 approved program for funding of community service programs and activities.
Joint Council. Jesus Valenzuela, Community Engagement Manager. This is an item that actually preceded my time as city staff. So I will lean on Mike Rodriguez for a bit of context, but it came to the council last year on April 6, 2022. And it was recommended then the allocation of $50,000 for what was dubbed a community grant program. I laid out some recommendations from that program if you choose to adopt it. But the logic behind it in a nutshell is that this would be an opportunity for nonprofits to apply for grants, no more than $5,000, and provides a formal way of nonprofits asking for funds from the city as opposed to coming here to city council. So the recommendation is to approve 50,000. Application will go through the community engagement department and then will be approved by council. Each grant no greater than $5,000. First application period to open and go through May 15th. So,
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jesus, for the report. Thank you for the information. I know it's something that we've gone back and forth for quite some time now, and it's good that it's coming back in terms of, you know, how we're gonna move forward with it, given that it's been an item of discussion for quite some time. So let me take it up to the public first before I bring it back to the council. This is only public comments on item B-4 for approved program for funding of community service programs. So any member of the public wish to make a comment on item B-4? Okay, any member of the public that is joining us via Zoom, a comment on item B-4 only? Okay, seeing none, then I'm gonna close the public comment period and I'm gonna bring it back to the council. And I'll start with Mayor Pro Tem. Do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I think so, I'm looking at the criteria for that, and there's a couple of issues that I think about, and one, when we, similar to like, the Rotary and or, the other, different programs, let's say 4th of July, that would be separate from this, is that correct?
Depends. If it is a sponsorship of the city, it would be separate.
Okay, good. And that's still there. So if they don't utilize this one, they'll have access to the council to request funds.
Yes, yeah, that would be correct.
And so I was hoping that this program was gonna be so we could reduce those amount of requests, because you can say, well, this would give me up to 5,000, but now I'm gonna come for another, you know, additional money, things like that. So I don't know if we're creating an automatic, like, well, here's a ATM for this, and I'm saying, the organizations, I know, many of them have a difficult time and they are utilized by the citizens, but we also need to be cognizant that the money that is going out there and the utilization of our facilities costs money too. So we're paying for that as well. And to understand that, so that we're not over or double dipping into two areas. So whether they're the minis or the sponsor ones. So I don't see that in here, but I guess I do because you said it's sponsored in there. I see it there, but.
Correct, we define sponsorship, and now correct me if I'm wrong, as if the city sponsors an event, that means we're signing on and putting our own insurance. This would give the council the ability to ask any organization that comes before you to take this application route, as opposed to, applying and also coming forward, right? So, but like I said, all of these applications would be approved by the council, so you would know which organization is attempting to double dip.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Councilwoman Corralejo, do you have any comments or questions at this time?
Yes, thank you. My only thing that I had noted down, I remember from back in our meeting, October 15th, I believe it was, when we last spoke on these grants. I believe one of the concerns that we had, and I want to say we shared it with the school district, if I'm correct, was the school sports or school clubs that were coming directly to us before they were going to the school district. I don't think that the school was very happy about that. They kind of felt like they got bypassed. And I think it turns out they did have some money and were able to help some out, but they just wanted them to go through the process. And I believe we had asked if there was a way to maybe put on the application, and I don't know if any of the council members remember, but to put on the application, maybe like the line where the school district signs off or the head coach signs off or something, just kind of like to know that they went through their process, or let them know that they were gonna ask us. And I don't even know if that's I don't think it's a requirement, but I know it was something that the school, I think, was interested in having them first go to them before they came to us to ask us for funds.
Oh, yes, agreed, and that's one of the reasons why we included, they must have a valid 501c3 or be a repeated fiscal, or have a repeated fiscal sponsor. And so that will also deter sports clubs from coming here. And then, if they come here, then we just guide them back to the school,
I'll just say one last thing. Sorry, I just wanted to make a clarification because you said that'll deter sports clubs. I am a huge supporter of sports. I feel that it's good to have physical exercise and it helps them mentally and emotionally to release that out, especially our children. So I don't want to deter them from applying if they need it, and I definitely want to support that. But I'm just saying, should we have? I guess it's a question. Should we have a process in place for the school? Booster clubs or school clubs in order for them to be able to get this grant or apply for it.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Chavez?
I think my piece, I think I agree with Councilmember Corralejo overall, but being a 501c3, how many 501c3s do we have here in Soledad?
34.
There's 34? When you look at Geitzer? Dude, how many are active of those 34?
To be honest, it would be hard to say how many of them are active.
Because when you look at the majority of these, I say that they don't even exist any longer, any of these.
I would be happy to, scratch that part.
So I'm just, I know we're looking at that reputed fiscal sponsor, so there's that possibility, but for the most part, I mean, when you look at, if you're gonna talk about, Old Town Soledad Beautification Association, the Soledad Enrichment Action, the Soledad Foundation, the Soledad Community Mission, the Soledad Local Development Corporation, I mean, most of these organizations, I don't think are active any longer. And so I'm just wondering how many we actually have that are active, that are actually 501c3s and utilizing that criteria, unless we're going to be utilizing, for the most part, a fiscal sponsor. I mean, so I'm just wondering.
No, understood. I mean, I would be happy to scratch that. provision
I'm not trying to scratch it. I'm just
Right.
asking the question.
Yeah, off the top of my head, I do not know how many are active. We could also mirror this, like the Salinas beautification grant that does not have for 501c3.
Yeah, the neighborhood grants over there.
Which is specific and it's different.
Right.
Mhm.
Okay, that was my only.
Councilmember Cabrera?
I have actually a couple of questions. The first one is related to the 501c3. I know a couple of organizations that are going through the process of either getting their exempt status or regaining, because at least I know one that is working, and I'm helping them go back to the statuses, and it is a long process. And for this particular organization, they have to pay $600, and they haven't been able to raise any money, and they focus in music and helping the students with instruments or with anything that they do. And I was wondering if besides the 501c3 is just making a note that if you are in the process of getting that exemption, that maybe you should be able to apply for this grant. And when I read mini grants, it's fabulous, because we have other organizations, a group of students and parents that are focusing in getting their children to either to conferences or competitions. For instance, the cheerleaders group, they have been trying to go to a competition, and I've been in a couple of competitions, and they're fabulous, fascinating. And just the thought that our kids could be in one of those competitions, either at the state level or at the national level, is just blows my mind. Because I've seen those girls and guys in the football games, and I think that they have a chance. They believe that they have a chance, and I think that if we consider those points, maybe they could be able to raise enough money to put Soledad in the map. Because I mean, some of those guys, look at the sports in the high school, of the soccer, the football. They are putting our name in it through their hard work, and not only the students, but their parents, because their parents participate actively and continuously in their development. So I think it will be a good idea to consider those organizations as well. They haven't been able to acquire the nonprofit, the 501c3 status, or the ones that are considered, that are continuously trying to do so.
Yes, sir. Yes, no, I mean, I reiterate, it's just one of those standard things to include that 501c3 status as a requirement. But acknowledging that Soledad does not have a lot of 501c3 that are active, and acknowledging, the power of neighborhood groups wanting to get a little bit of money, beautify their neighborhood. I think that I would be more than happy to just scratch that part off.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Jesus. Yeah, for me, I don't know if I want to scratch it off. I think it's important to be able to look at, what are we looking at? Are we looking at Soledad nonprofits to benefit? Are we looking at nonprofits that are doing work for families in Soledad, that where the families are benefiting because the service is being provided to the family? So I think that's something that we have to be able to look at and be able to come to terms whether, I think the 501c3 has a capacity to be able to administer the grants and be able to expend the grants and have the financial capacity, right, to do it. So I think for me, it's, I agree that, or I also want to look at other entities that are not here, but they can be here if they were to receive a grant to be able to provide those services. And I know, as Councilmember Cabrera mentioned, I mean, part of what we're missing here a lot, and I know that, our Rec and Park Department is trying to build this up, but the arts and music, and that's a piece that we don't have in STEM. And so I know there was times before when we looked at Greenfield and having the Greenfield Science Center come and provide services to our residents here because, you know, our residents didn't have that benefit. And if those kind of things, I think for me, it would be important to be able to look at, hey, what are the resources or those activities that can be done with, you know, children or youth and stuff for our families. So I don't necessarily want to scratch off the 501c3, but just, you know, being able to try to gather more of those entities coming in to provide those services that we haven't been able to do because there's no funding. But given that at the end, this is public dollars, you know, having just the, I think for me is establishing a list of priority projects that meet the council goals. So, you know, I know that this could get crazy. You know, we did in Salinas with our CDBG money and there was a long list of, you know, entities that would come for this, for the funding, but I think it's important to be able to tie it to a council goal and to be able to say, hey, as a council, if these are the things that we want to invest in, here are the dollars that we're providing and supporting entities to be able to do based on these council goals that we have. And we obviously have established council goals and, you know, under some of those, you know, what are the priorities? Because I get it, we're going to have a lot of people coming before us and there has to be criteria and kind of a prioritization of who gets funded. And, you know, at some point, we're gonna be the bad guys to say, I'm sorry, but you don't get funded. So in order to avoid any of that craziness that can happen with these kind of grants, is establishing really clear for me, you know, I would like to see a list of priority projects that the council comes to consensus with in terms of these are the priority projects that we're gonna fund. If we get those applications, like a tiered priority 1, priority 2, and priority 3. And so I think I just want to comment in terms of the school clubs, and obviously we all want to support the school clubs, and we have, you know, we provided funding for the starting blocks, we provided funding for the football team. But I also know we used ARPA funds, and that's one-time dollars. Those are coming to expend. I mean, those are done. We're not getting that money anymore, and we don't anticipate that the feds are going to give us any more money. So what we have here before us is, I think it's really critical. If the school has their process, then the school has their process, you know, the kids need to go through there. I don't think that our form needs to have anything that, you know, has a sign off of the schools or not, because, you know, the school should have their own policies and processes and who goes to them or not. I think for us is, and also making clear that, you know, there's clear goals of what we're gonna fund, or else we're gonna find ourselves, you know, having long conversations like we've had the last couple of meetings when we've had projects come before us. So for me, I'd like to see us establishing a set of priority goals that the council can say, these are the projects that we want to see on tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3.
Through the chair, I'd like to say something also. I think I agree with Councilmember Cabrera that looking at how we can support those small organizations, because I think if we're looking at organizations coming in from Salinas that are providing programs for $5,000, if I'm an organization from Salinas, I'm not coming to solve that for $5,000 to do the same report that I would be doing for $100,000 that I'm doing, you know, some type of program somewhere in Salinas. So it doesn't make sense in that. I think if we are going to be establishing what these small mini grants are for, you know, we should be concentrating on the arts, on the sciences, on those kinds of things, not really on the program side of it. I mean, I don't see $5,000 being something that most nonprofits are going to come and try to tap into from other areas. But I do think that us trying to lift some of those organizations that haven't gotten their 501c3 status, and maybe we could, through you, Jesus, have the Action Council of Monterey County kind of help to guide this a little bit, in the sense that they may be the fiscal sponsor for those organizations that have not attained their 501c3, and maybe we could do that as a partnership with them too, because that's one of the things that they've done for many years in Salinas and in other areas, but specifically in Salinas with a lot of organizations. And I think that maybe if you could take a look at the community grants that the Community Foundation of Monterey County does, that does the little mini grants, and kind of look at that as well, and some of those guidelines, and I'm sure you probably already did. But that, you know, because I think it's for us to think that we're going to bring in, you know, another similar organizations such as Sun Street and these that are bringing in big programs for 5,000, it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. We'll quickly expend all the $50,000 really quickly that way. And I think it makes more sense to do something with what Councilmember Cabrera was referring to.
Thank you, Councilmember Chavez. Yeah, and just follow up on that comment. I think it's even, I mean, even if we look at the first year that we have it, right, we can even do first year priorities, and they don't have to be the same. If we're looking at arts, music, and STEM, or, you know, science, that's for the first round, right? For this fiscal year, this is what we want to see. And then next fiscal year, we can come back and look at what are the priority list on that. So it's a prioritization. And I think I just want to clarify with the outside agencies. I just went to an event with the Boys and Girls Club with the Girls Hands, Girls Heart Health that was done in Salinas. And, you know, it was their girls summit. They had over 95 girls from the city of Soledad, like 60 some girls from South County. So even having that kind of event here, 5,000 would go a long way to be able to sponsor that kind of event for our girls here. So that's what I want to clarify. That's what I'm talking about, like organizations that are nonprofit organizations that can do service for our residents, not necessarily we're going to pay for any operation or any cost, but for those kind of events that are, you know, important to be able to have.
And through the chair, just for clarifying my point, also, I think one of the things that we're talking about is non-recurring things. So if I don't want us to be, I want us to be very open to these organizations, that it's a one-time deal, so that we are not looking at this as, oh, every year we're going to be funding this. And so it's an expectation that they're going to be funding this. So if we're going to be doing this and we're going to be changing priorities on a yearly basis, we have to be very clear with those folks that are getting those grants, and that they're not thinking that, okay, we got 5,000 this year, next year we're gonna get 5,000 and we're gonna go after this other grant and we're gonna have 20,000, and then the following year, we're gonna have 5,000 from them again. And so I think we gotta be very clear about that.
Yeah, and I thought it was in the, well,
What I do like, this submitting final report, and not only final report, is a report that describes how they came out, how they used the money, and everything else in that. Because it's an excellent fund.
yeah, and I thought we did have one-time funding in here, because I wrote it down, one-time funding, or maybe that's my comment too, that it's just a one-time fund and not reoccurring. I thought you had it in there.
It's in there.
Okay. Yeah, that it's clear that it's not a reoccurring commitment. So, okay, so I think you have enough direction then from the council in terms of some of the additions, revisions, modifications, and to bring back.
Yes.
Okay.
To the mayor, to the chair, real quick, the issue of priorities, you mentioned that as well, that create priority 1, priority 2, priority 3. I think we need to, instead of giving it to staff to create that priority, that we need to articulate that between ourselves and establish that so staff can go ahead and follow through. But
yeah,
for us, it's just simply say, here you go, Jesus, go get it done. And I know we all have priorities, but we need to come together to create those priorities.
Yeah, so let me, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So my comment on that was, we have goals. I know we're waiting for the next city manager to come on and to be able to do that. So I think for me, as I stated earlier, is establishing a list of priority projects that meet the city council goals. You know, we want to make sure that as we are advancing our city council goals, we have council goals. We're not creating those. I mean, those are already clear. And that if we're looking at when, depending on when this project is going to commence, right? If we're starting this budget year or next budget year, that there's a clear, like for us, we either have our council goals that we look at the prioritization of projects based on that, or we can look at the priorities based on, do we, you know, are we looking at arts, music, and science? Is that the priority? So that's what I want to, I just want to clarify that. I know that obviously we're going to have more discussion on this, but just, you know, to make sure that we're clear that we do have goals. It's not based on what my goals are or my priorities. It's based on our consensus council goals that currently do exist.
Through the chair, I think we are looking at two different things. I think I understand what you're trying to tie it into as far as the goals, but most of our goals have to do with economic development, all these other things. So I think for this in particular, I think we just should be very focused. I don't think we have anything specific to this. So I think we should, you know, I think I concur with Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez. We should just, as a council, just come up with what those criteria are, what those number 1, 2, 3 tiers, if that's what we do, and then just do it and move it forward and that's it. So maybe, I don't know if we could do it, tonight, but I think we need to come up with a way of coming up with that rather than tying it into our goals. Because I know we have recreation goals, but I don't know if that really fits to what we're trying to do here. So
I agree. I looked through the goals that were drafted up 2 years ago, and they are heavily economic development and public works related. So I did not see anything that had to do with arts.
No,
Or.
under recreation, but it's not, I mean.
Correct.
Okay, so council, let me just, Mayor Pro Tem, so I know it's 9 o'clock, we still have some other items, so we're not obviously gonna agree on the discussion tonight. I agree that we have to come back and we have to look at prioritizing, what we want to see funded within these $50 buckets. So let's figure out how we can give you our feedback in terms of that and how we can bring it back maybe for another item that we can come and have some ideas of what those priorities and gaps in services and obviously needs as well, right? What are the needs of our community? We see that there's a gap in that we can come back and then have a bigger discussion on that. Okay, okay. Thank you. Okay, so it's almost gonna be done.
Close.
It's
It's better than it was last year.
Okay, so we'll move on to our next item, and that's appoint a member of the city council to the Soledad Historical Society Board of Directors, and I will turn this over to Brian Swanson.
Thank you. Keep this brief. The Soledad Historical Society presented the 2022 annual report to the council the last meeting, and the discussion was grant funding and how to apply to grants. Obviously going to be some sort of partnership between the city and the district or the society on any sort of grant application. The city of Soledad owns the building, leases it to the society for $1. And topic was brought up that a member of the city council should sit on the board of directors for the historical society. The first meeting will occur next week on Wednesday, 10 a.m. It's it is the second Wednesday of every month at 10 a.m. at the historical society. So tonight is to see if the council could appoint members to the.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you for that. And thank you for bringing it back. I know, I just want to, let me take it to the public first before.
Yeah.
Any members of the public want to make a comment on item B-5? Okay, anyone on our Zoom? Okay, so I'll bring it back to council for item B-5. Thank you for bringing this back. I want to just, make a recommendation if we can appoint Councilmember Cabrera, given that I know he didn't have a lot of the appointments the last time. Good. You guys want to second? All in favor?
We won't even let him say yes or no.
Do you?
Yes, I would like to.
Okay, awesome. So we have a motion on the floor. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Congratulations, Councilmember Cabrera. You're appointed to
Good presentation.
Come to the Gateway Center if you want first. We can walk
I
together.
feel a little uncomfortable about this, but I don't know exactly why. So I'm gonna take a look at it. I'm just concerned about whether or not in being a voting member of the board, then that council member is going to be
Excluded from.
conflicted from coming back to you with recommendations and so forth, right? What's best for the board may not be what's best for the council, and can that person really divorce themselves from that and so forth? So I just want to make sure that we have some clear guidance in terms of how to avoid those kinds of conflicts, right?
So it was my understanding that prior Councilwoman Stevens was on that board as well.
And that may be the case, and I wouldn't doubt that that was the case. I just don't know if the issue was ever addressed. I don't know if they were in grant mode and those sorts of things. I mean, we're getting more heavily involved in the actual operation of the organization than we were previously. So I just want to make sure that, I'm fine with having the appointment. We already had the motion, it already went through. I just want to make sure that we're not going to have some problems and maybe provide some guidance and some
Okay.
general information to the council as a whole about that participation.
And they are a voting member, because I know
Yeah,
for
that's what
others
the
are not.
request is,
Okay,
that they be a
they're
voting member, yes.
Got it. Okay, that's a
I'm-
difference.
I'm like an easy voice.
Yeah.
The stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Maybe it could be, okay, sounds good. So you'll research it and then, no, okay, perfect. So we're on item 5-6, set a date for the city council goal setting workshop, and I'll turn this over to our interim city manager.
Mayor, members of the council, at the end of the last meeting, there was conversation among council members about whether and when to extend, to schedule the goal setting workshop. We posed a series of questions here, which I hope help focus your conversation. When would you like to do it? What's the purpose? Is it to develop new goals or simply to review existing goals? And what format would you appreciate?
Yeah, thank you, Ed. I know that there was discussion the last time. I think when we talked about this, it really wasn't to establish new goals, at least from my conversation with that we heard from the council, until we had a new city manager, because then, you know, that they have the opportunity to be vested in the goals. And hopefully we meet our timeline. I thought the goal setting session, at least from my understanding, the last time was to be able to get an update on where we're at with some of those goals that were set 2 years ago. What are some of the updates? What are some of those, you know, obviously there were some really clear goals that have been met already, what were still pending, and then an opportunity if there was anything else within those specific goals that the council wanted to look at or include. But my understanding, council, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't that we are establishing a goal setting session to establish new goals. It just doesn't seem feasible if we do that now instead of waiting till we hire our city manager and really have those conversations then.
Agree.
Okay.
Yeah, part of that is that, for us to come together collectively and to have this discussion, and whether we're gonna move in that direction and just simply build upon what we've established as a goal that we talked about before, or, look at creating timelines to achieve those goals and how we're gonna go about that in direct step to do that, because, so I'll leave it at that. And so therefore that we will do that in the future once we sit at our new selected city manager, I think should be ready.
Okay, so. And so with that, then I know that, again, scheduling is always an issue. So do we want to schedule? I know we have a lot of stuff going on in March. Council, so
Only
in
2 business
April,
items in April.
so we want to look at April? Or March?
Wait till we get them.
But don't we need to wait for a city manager?
Right.
If that's.
Oh, on the goal setting session, so
but
you
yeah.
guys don't want an update on the goals, on the current goals that we have, and then just looking at what's been
I'm
met
good
or
right
what's.
now. Yeah, with all the meetings that we have going on. I'm
Yeah, I
yeah.
think-
I was gonna say, through the chair, if we could get maybe the goals emailed to all the council people, some of us are new and don't have the goals. As I think that would be a good start just for us to all kind of, you know, refresh
Notification.
everyone's memory and for me to be able to.
Yeah.
Read it and
Everybody
Cabrera
have-
be able to read it for the first time. Yeah.
Wow, okay, so we can do that, and then also, I don't know if the goals already are on our website or on, I mean, I think it's important for transparency and for our residents to know what our goals are as well. So we can get those somewhere where they're not hidden, that it's easily accessible. Okay. Okay, so then we will wait. That's the direction of the council?
Mhm.
Okay. Okay, Ed, do you have any questions?
No.
Okay. So we'll move on to our next item then, which is item B-7, provide direction to staff on the formation of an advisory community districting committee and establish schedules for mapping workshops and future districting meeting dates.
Okay, at the last council meeting, the council indicated a desire to set up an advisory committee, a community districting committee. We staff need some guidance as to how and when we want to do that. I should also indicate that we did hear from LULAC, and they are willing to enter into extended or new tolling agreement with us, but their one condition is they want to have a representative appointed to this community districting committee. So the issue is that we're getting these maps together quickly, and we're supposed to be having additional, we need to have our 4th and 5th districting meeting to look at maps and so forth. So we need this committee to be formed quickly, and we need to have meetings on a expedited basis as well. So I'm looking for some direction as to how you want to have the committee formed. I note that your own rules for the city council have a fairly elaborate procedure. We have to send out advertise and get applications and bring them back and so forth and so on. I think that if there was a majority of the council that wanted to try an alternative procedure under these circumstances, we could certainly do so. You'd have each council member just appoint 1 or 2 members to that, or we could do it whichever way you want to do it. But the idea is engaging some process or procedure by which we could set up this committee faster than we have been able to set up committees in the past. Any thoughts or direction you want to provide?
Thank you, Mike, for
That's
that.
issue 1. Do
Okay,
you want me to run through the other issues that we need to discuss as
Yeah.
well? The other is the mapping workshops. You requested that the NDC provide us with 2 mapping workshops, 1 in English, 1 in Spanish. They've indicated that their recommendation is we either do 1 mapping workshop that would be simultaneously translated, or that we do 2 workshops, but that they would be done back to back on a single day. And if they did that, their recommendation would be that we do that on a Saturday. Does anybody have any objections to having the back to back or the simultaneous, or a preference one way or the other on that?
Thank you, Mike. For me, I think we talked, I'll say my opinion on the simultaneous. I think it's really difficult. So that's why having a Spanish and an English is easier. Especially if you're going to talk about the mapping, how it works and all that. I think just the simultaneous isn't going to work for this specific workshop. To give members of just really make sure that they understand and it's a clear process. That's my preference, is for it to be 2 workshops. And if they're back to back, I mean, I'm sure they're not going to be 4 hours. So, to have one in the morning and then have the other one, or have them, 2 hours one, and then the next one in Spanish, 1 in English and 1 in Spanish, that'd be my preference. If we're going to do it on a Saturday, I think it just has to be really making sure that we do outreach. Because Saturday, typically it's difficult. But I think if we're going to do Saturday, probably the mornings would work better. I think it'd be hard to do anything in the afternoon on a Saturday, especially, anytime before noon. So, yeah, I mean, I think for me, just really making sure that we have outreach for a Saturday workshop. That's my comment. So let me go this way and then. So Councilmember Chavez? Yeah.
For me, as far as the mapping workshops, I'm fine with them being separate. I don't have an issue with that. I think, I don't know about back to back. It seems like it'd be quite a bit of work for those guys to try to figure it out, but I don't care. I mean,
that would be their preference.
Oh,
Just
perfect,
send
then.
somebody down here on one day and just be able to
Great,
do back to
then
back.
that'd be great. If we do Spanish and English back to back, I think I'd prefer that than having them simultaneously. I think it's difficult in the sense that things get lost in translation when you're trying to go back and forth. So, yeah, that's my preference on that part.
I agree, and especially I've been in a lot of translated sessions, and when people have questions, just thought, and by the time they made the question, everything went, a couple of slides already passed. So it's better to have it in separate. And Saturday for me is the best, because most people who actively participate in Soledad activities, they work or they care for the children during the week. And Saturdays, even though Saturdays is a defined time for family matters, they always take time. They always have more time to attend to a Saturday morning than to a Saturday afternoon or any day during the week. So I prefer that.
Okay, Councilwoman Corrales.
Yes, I agree having the two separate, one English, one Spanish. I agree with, Councilmember Cabrera that there can be confusion or a loss, you kind of get in place when there's translations. I'm actually looking forward to the mapping, workshops. I was gonna say regarding the committee, I guess it's, the long projects to gather community input and assist with the maps. It says unrelated issues. I was just, I guess a little bit confused as to why we need a districting, committee when we have our community engagement. We also have our consultants. We are gonna be having the 2 mapping workshops. So I guess I was under the impression that we're pressed for time, but it sounds like we have a little bit more time, but I still just, I guess, don't see, not the value in it, but I just feel like I don't know that we have the time for all that, and I feel that we have support and have plenty of input from our community. I feel that we have real good residents that are very vocal, very active. And that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, the one day for that, the consideration of the presenters, they're the ones who are gonna be doing the work. And, knowing that type of setup, they're gonna wanna come do, if they could do it all in one day, that'd be great. The separation is, to have it in English and then take a break and then come back and do it purely in Spanish, so that way it shows everybody's opinion that coming is of value and they take the time to answer their questions is important. So I think the one day back-to-back session is appropriate. Again, I think the advisory committee is a little bit redundant and however, if we do go that route, and which I don't have a problem, just simply make it a council appointment. Each one of us, there's 5 persons on that advisory committee and go from there. Those are my thoughts.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And I'll speak on the advisory committee as well. And I know you guys didn't speak on it, so we'll have an opportunity to do that as well. So we're set on the workshop. We got that. On the advisory committee, I would like to see us move forward with that, especially having, as it's stated here, one of the council members appoint. For us to appoint a person, I think it gives us another layer of engagement. The last workshops that we've had, let's be real, we haven't had a lot of community input, so we haven't had that. So this is a very, very critical process. It's changing the way people are gonna vote. It's changing our governance process in terms of, potentially can change that. So I think the more opportunity that we have from different members of our community to be part of that process and give feedback and input, I think it's really important. So I think this gives us another opportunity to be able to, each one of us, select someone to be in that committee. And hopefully with that, they'll help us to be able to acquire more input, community input from the process. And so I want to see if we could, especially if we have time. So it looks like we do have time. And so I would like to see us be able to move forward with that appointment. And if we appoint 1, I think it's easier than appointing 2, because then we have 5, right? Yeah.
And the LULAC representative. Unless one of your appointments is a LULAC representative. So, but that was the request, that was their condition on entering into the tolling agreement, so.
Yeah, and that's why I'm hesitant to do the advisory for 1.
Well, I think for me, it's really, and I'll speak my mind in terms of just giving us another layer of community engagement, because we haven't seen it in the last couple of workshops that we've had. And I'm hoping that the workshop that we do have, where they're going to be able to have the access to the tools, it'll give us a little bit more. But I think the more that we do, and from different sectors of our community, we want to make sure everybody has a voice in this process. So I support the advisory, moving forward with the advisory committee, with each council member appointing a representative to that. So I'm going to move with you because you didn't speak to that, and neither did council member.
No, when she was pointing to, I just point to, I know. No, I know, I understand, not doing that. What I would say is that as far as the formation advisory committee, I'm torn in the sense of timing. So I'm not a big fan of doing that because of the timing. However, if we're gonna do one appointment, I'm fine with that. However, adding other folks, I'm not okay with that. So if we were going to move forward with an advisory, I'm good with having one appointment and that's it. We have 5 people so that we have, you know, a majority or a, you know, if there's 3 to 2, or if it's whatever it is, rather than trying to get, you know, any other numbers there. So that I'm okay with that if we're gonna do that, but that's the only thing I'm okay with, because I just don't think that it makes sense for us to do this. I think the workshops that we're gonna have are to use the tools. And I think that hopefully we can get the folks to get out there and engage and start utilizing. And if they go home and they use that tool and they figure out how they like to see the maps be done, and that we continue with another session that we're gonna have out with our community, hopefully that we can do something that we can get some feedback, and then we push that forward. If we're gonna do it with our representatives, then we move it with our representatives that are looking at all these different tools and being able to see what those numbers look like, play with the different map tools and do all of that as a districting committee. However, adding any other folks besides the 5, I'm not interested in.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Councilmember Cabrera.
Okay, so I think that the way that we the staff plan, the general plan was specifically good because it gave us the opportunity to appoint somebody, but it also gave the community the opportunity to participate. So I think having only 5 people involved in this process, if you go by standard deviation, is, I mean, 5 people are gonna decide what 20,000 people are gonna do. I think that we need but for me, it's excellent that we can appoint somebody, but we also need the other 5 opposing team, you know, at least 4 that are not appointed by us. So we can have a very variety of opinions. The second thing that I want to say is that I don't really understand the time, because we don't have an election this year. And according to what I read is the original letter was sent asking for starting the process, not really finishing the process in this year. So we do have time. I don't know why is the rush of doing everything so fast, unless we have to pay more. But I don't see any rush in doing something that is going to bring actions until 2 years from now. Let me finish. So the other thing is that in every committee, when you have somebody that doesn't see the things from our perspective or from Soledad perspective, it's a good thing when somebody has, that person is not going to bring that decision into it. And particularly, the reason why I feel like that is because at the beginning of the year, my wife called the council to talk about this situation, and she was literally ignored, practically ignored, trying to put it aside. She was not heard, and she was accused. She was accused of, she was the only time in which she was heard is because LULAC offered to come and request a meeting. So from my perspective as a citizen, I will say, well, if 5 of us make an appointment and you guys do the same thing to those guys, then 3 of you, your 3 appointments, we're gonna have the same effect that you guys have. I think that we need more people so that we can be transparent with the decisions that we make, and the city has the opportunity to participate, not just our appointments.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Cabrera, for those comments. So Mike, you were gonna say about the timing?
The
What
only
is
thing I
that?
was gonna say about the timing is that there is a time period. When we received the LULAC letter, then that triggered a time period for us to actually take action. And when we're outside of that time period in which to form the districts, we are then vulnerable to being sued. So anything that's beyond that time period, which is just a 90-day time period, we then they have the ability to go into court and file an action against us. They
Have they
don't have,
expressed,
pardon me?
have they expressed the idea of taking this to litigation because we haven't finished the process?
They don't, well, I think I explained this to you the last time, and I think I explained it to you in an email that I sent you as well.
Yes.
They don't have to follow it up with something. Their initial letter said, if you don't do this, we are going to go into court.
You
And
haven't
then,
initiated.
and then, wait, their initial letter said that. The council then decided, we're not interested in doing this, right? And so the council just said, we're not moving forward with the districting process. We were then contacted by LULAC that said, if you don't do this, we're ready to go into court. We have directed our attorneys to prepare an action to go into court. And so then the council came back and said, okay, we're willing to do it. And that starts this 90-day time frame in which we need to get this done. So they don't have to do anything else. They don't need to do anything else. That 90-day time frame is cooking.
Okay. But they recommended that we form a community, committee, right?
They did not recommend that we form a committee. The council
Well,
recommended.
that day that,
No,
that last,
the council recommended that we form a committee. Right.
last meeting I heard the president of Lula saying, talking about the community, a committee.
Right, but the actual direction to form a community came from the council, right? That
Mhm,
came from
yes.
members of the council. And so, and LULAC has indicated that and we have a tolling agreement. The tolling agreement basically held them in place. They could not bring an action against us while that tolling agreement was still in place. It extended the 90-day time period. That tolling agreement has now expired. And so we are susceptible. We're sitting here open to having LULAC or anybody else that's interested coming in and bringing an action against the city of Soledad for not doing the districting process.
Mike, if I can just interject, Councilmember Cabrera, so the conversation last time was that we're gonna enter into a tolling agreement, that it gave us another. So what is a tolling agreement gives us another
We haven't-
layer of just that they will sue the city.
The tolling agreement actually prohibits them from filing an action, just them. It doesn't prohibit anybody else, but they're the only ones who have made the threat of litigation, right? And it prohibits them from going into court and filing an action against the city to compel the districting process.
Okay, so there was correspondence that they sent to you in regards to entering into a tolling agreement?
I reached out to them the day after our meeting last week or on February 16th and asked whether or not they would be interested in entering into another tolling agreement. Indicated that I thought that the actions we'd already taken had demonstrated that the council was interested in following through with this process. I mean, we've spent money, we've hired a consultant and so forth and so on. And the response that I got was, yes, they would be happy to enter into another tolling agreement, but they want to have a member of LULAC appointed to the committee. So they want to participate in this community committee that you folks want to form to provide advice or direction to the council as a whole. So that was the response I got. So, I mean, in theory, I suppose if you guys don't want to appoint a LULAC member to the board, we can move forward. But again, at the risk of somebody going into court and bringing an action against the city.
Okay, well, yeah, well, thank you for clarifying that and the request. I know it's late, but I just want to make my comments on this, council, and in terms of the advisory committee. So I know that this doesn't take effect until 2024, and I get it, Mike. I know that we have to go through the process, and if somehow we can get into that tolling agreement to give us more time to be able to move forward, not be sued. But also I agree. I think that my initial thought was to have the council appoint one member each, right? So we have 5, but if we have more inclusive and transparent kind of process of having more people engaged other than just the council and, the couple of people that have come to some of the workshops, I think we need to do our due diligence in making sure that we have community input and that it's not just community input and it's just, 10 members of the public, but that it truly is more engagement. I think that's our obligation as council, is that we're here to really be able to understand and hear the needs of our residents and all of our residents, not just a few, but to be able to open that. And this gives us an opportunity for each one of us to have a representative, but also if we do you know, the 11 or the 10, the, you know, 11, that the community is also engaged and that there's members of the community that are interested that can be appointed that aren't appointed by this body. So that way there's different conversations, there's different, you know, mindsets, and there's, you know, there's more inclusiveness from the voices of our community. I think that's really critical, given the significant change that this is gonna cause for our residents. You know, so for me, is look, it doesn't go into effect until then. If we don't have to rush the process and we can establish an advisory committee and we, as a council, select that and ask LULAC if, you know, we want to make sure that we do that process and not necessarily have a representative. We know their intent, and we know, I think by this time, every council knows, you know, what is the intent in terms of the Voting Rights Act and what we want to accomplish from this, if it's possible, if that's going to be a deterrent for some of the council to move forward with it. I really want to make sure that we include as many members of our community in this process.
And what does that mean?
That I want to make sure that I recommend that we move forward with the formation of an advisory committee for each of our council members to appoint a person, and then have 5 members or 6 members of the community be appointed through the community appointment process.
Okay.
Yeah. Through the chair, what would the process be though? I mean, I'm not clear on that. I don't understand what we would be doing. How would we go through the criteria? Who chooses that? I mean, that just right there for me.
Yeah, so we have an established process, so we did it with the GPAC. I mean, we did it with the GPAC.
Similar to the
So
process.
it'd be the
that
same
we-
as that.
Right, it would be the actual, the council rules establish a process where we have to advertise that they were forming a committee, that they submit an application, so similar to what we've gone through in the past. It's just that there clearly has been some hiccups in the use of that process, and notwithstanding the fact that you know, well, right now we continue to move forward with this process at risk. We're at risk now. The longer we take, we're at risk, and even if we get a tolling agreement from LULAC, that doesn't prohibit anybody else from bringing an action against the city for not completing its districting action in the 90-day timeframe. It's known as a safe harbor provision, like you see, like a boat would go into the safe harbor and they'd be safe for 90 days. That's basically what that is. But once that period has expired, we have some exposure. Nobody else has shown an interest in bringing an action against the city for not moving forward. LULAC is the only entity that has done so. But every day that we are past that 90-day timeframe, we're at risk, right? And so the longer it takes us to form a committee and hold committee meetings and do all these things and have the workshops, the more exposure we have. I mean, our defense would be, but look at what we've done to date. We've already, put maps up and done those sorts of things. But I'm just saying, from the legal perspective, the longer the process takes, the more at risk we are that somebody is going to bring an action. And when somebody brings an action, then we will get hit with, whatever their attorney's fees are in preparing that legal action. So
from the legal perspective, what will be the best way to defend us from that?
there is not a entity in the state of California that has successfully defended against a lawsuit for not forming the district.
Okay.
So there's one group where that is still pending, I believe in Southern California. I can't remember right off the top of my head.
Santa Monica.
They're at the Supreme Court level now arguing this out, but
that was
everybody else-
because they didn't start it.
But everybody else has been unsuccessful in defending against these types of cases, and has settled most of the cases, and usually has settled for fairly significant amounts of money.
Okay, but again, it was because they didn't start the process.
Or they didn't, I don't know if I could say with some, I don't know if I could say they didn't start the process or they didn't complete the process. So I
Would you be able to have an instance in which they were enter into litigation because they didn't finish the process?
Well, I think you certainly are susceptible to, I mean, like I said, the statutory process is set up to have you take the action in 90 days. If you don't take the action in 90 days, anybody can bring an act.
Okay.
And I think that the perception of an entity such as the city of Soledad that doesn't take action within that 90 days is you're not either interested or you're hoping that you can delay the process for some reason. That's the thing, that sort of, you don't really have a great defensible position because we're clearly aware of the fact that we had 90 days to complete the process.
Okay, but we're past the 90 days.
We're past the
We're
90
past the
days.
90 days.
So
We
that's right.
haven't, so, okay,
The longer
so-
the longer we go, the more exposure we have.
Through the chair, listening to the recommendation and going through this before. And then also with, wanting to have a seat in the advisory committee and not creating this convoluted, I'm recommending that we just go forward with the mapping workshop. Do not formation of the advisory committee and utilize, the community groups through that and just go from there. But not to, assemble an advisory committee.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for that recommendation. And I want to make a recommendation to go forward with the advisory committee to make sure that we do have more participation than what we have in the past already. And so I'm hopeful that the mapping workshop is going to give us more input. But I still think, for me, I want to move forward with it because the more participation we have from our community members and a variety of different voices, I think it's important. It's going to be a big change for the city. And I think that warrants enough to be able to have as much community public input and that we provide those opportunities. And we hope that people come and participate. But I think for me as a mayor, I don't feel comfortable limiting opportunities that we have to be able to gather input in this process that is really critical. So I would recommend we move forward with it, having the GPAC process, having the council appoint and asking LULAC that they allow us to appoint those committee members from our community member, from our residents. That's my recommendation.
Mayor, it might be helpful if you entertain a motion. See how to move forward. I got two recommendations.
This is direction. So I thought this was direction, not necessarily a motion.
Not a motion.
But we've got enough, I think, disparity in opinion on the council that probably a motion of some type would be helpful, because otherwise it's gonna be hard for us to figure out and do the head counting and come up with a clear consensus as to the direction will be provided. So,
I'll make a motion that we move forward with assembling the mapping workshops and not just the mapping workshops. That's the only one. That's my motion.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor.
I'll second it for discussion.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor and second for discussion.
Yeah, so my only comment to it would be that I'm okay with moving forward in that direction if that's the way the council moves forward. The only way that I would move forward in any other direction is if we just do the 5. It just seems simple for me, rather than taking a month from now to figure out what that redistricting committee is going to look like. And then, a month later, having the input from them. It just seems like it'll be in June when we get the input completed through that process. And I don't know if that's what we want to do, is have that exposure for that long of time. At least that's just the way I'm thinking, but so I just wanted to put that out there.
So I'll do a substitute motion. So I want to do a substitute motion to go ahead and move forward with
Stand by with the discussion.
do we?
I have another comment.
Okay, I'll
Chair's ready.
stand by with my
Chair's ready.
substitute motion.
In that case, I think that is, we are putting the Lula participation in front of us, resident participation, and I think that we still need not just our 5. So we still need somebody that can provide us, because what if somebody doesn't fully understand how to develop the map? So we need participation. And one of the things that I always look for is transparency. So as soon as you want to eliminate the community from participating, you're limiting what they can do for our city, what they can participate. And that's why a lot of people don't participate, because we want to limit how much they can participate. I mean, if I recommend somebody, it's somebody that have similar perspective, similar everything that I do, attention for things that we're gonna do in the community. So when you don't want the rest of the community to participate, that makes me think why. And I saw this guy's work really fast in creating the GPAC criteria. All of us appointed somebody. They have applications there. They did a workshop. I don't see it waiting until June, but I see it rushing into something that is going to give us nothing really. We need more participation. We need somebody that can oppose our views so that we can get the best results. Not just somebody that can support our opinions, but somebody that can oppose, because that is when solutions come. Not just imposing somebody into I don't want to use that word, but imposing my opinion on somebody. I need somebody that can oppose it to see what are the things that that person is seeing that I don't see. You know, my opinion is that we need somebody else that does not represent what we think, so that we can see where we meet in the middle. Because if we don't meet in the middle, we're meeting under our conditions, what we want and not what the community wants. There's 20,000 people in this city, and just because I say something or I have an opinion on something, that doesn't represent the opinion of those 20,000. We need more people. We don't just need 5 people to decide over 20,000 people. That's my recommendation, is that we create a advisory committee that has more than 5 people, at least 11 or 9. Same as the GPAC is being formed.
To the chair. To the chair, totally respect what Mr. Councilmember Cabrera had to say, and I do understand what you're saying. However, we're at this point because we're being pushed by you guys to do this. And so we're moving into this next part of the way we're gonna elect our officials. And I think that it's important that that we do have input from the community, and we're giving an opportunity to participate in that mapping study. But I'm willing to rescind my recommendation and my motion and go with well, first just rescind it and appoint one from each of us. But LULAC's already been at the table. They're already forcing our hand. I'm not willing to listen to that. I'm not willing to listen to it. And so therefore, I would be receptive to rescinding if we appointed the 5 of ours, and it stays with the 5, and we continue on with the other workshops.
Through the chair, let me just.
But that's my opinion, and that's why
I understand, but I don't think that they are pushing us. It's just an opposing view. Like for instance, we have people that have been in the council for more than 20 years. And you don't want to change that.
Well, so let's go back to the discussion. Let me just, let me bring us back, council, and I want to be respectful of everybody's comments. I want to make sure that we are separating. We're already here, whether we like it or not. So whether LULAC participates in the council appointment process, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, because we're already here. So, I mean, I think we need to get over that and really start thinking about, if we're in this process, we want to make sure that this process, at the end of the day, when it concludes, that we've had sufficient input from our community, and that whatever is decided, that's decided through community input from the greater part of our constituency, not from a handful of community members. But that we do have that. And I think trying to separate that to where we're at now, to look, look, this is not a bad thing for us to be able to have an advisory committee, and whether LULAC is involved or not, that's their voice. You know, we have other voices from our community as well, so I think that opportunity to be able to allow and afford community input is critical, because this is changing vitally the way we are going to govern the city, the way our residents are gonna elect their representative. So I think I want to make sure that we are not limiting ourselves to be able to think of LULAC, that's it, that's done, but how can we afford more members of our residents to be able to participate in this process? And if we as council can appoint, but we also can use the GPAC process to have other members. And, you know, after the comments from Mr. Cabrera, I really understand that if I'm gonna appoint someone, it's gonna be someone that's gonna be, you know, more likely to align with my views. And I want someone, I don't want to hear with people that align with me. I want to hear from people that may not, and maybe they bring up different points and they bring up different ways that we can see this process in terms of the mapping. And, you know, at the end of the day, it's how is our governance structure gonna look like? How are our cities, our districts gonna be laid out? And the more that we're able to have different people look at those maps and say, hey, this makes sense to me, or you know what, this doesn't make sense to us, and that we have that input, I think that's really important. So, you know, I think it's important to be able to, I want to move forward with saying, let's form the advisory committee. We have nothing to lose other than gain more input from our residents. At the end of the day, that's what we want. I hope that's what we all want. And so whether we appoint 5, we get to be part of that process. And then we let the others be appointed through the process that we've used through the GPAC. And that affords us more people engaged in this process. And we're over the 60-day, 90-day period anyway. So, I mean, you know, whether people sue or not, we're past that 90-day period. So that's my recommendation, council, and I know you need a motion, so I
said I'm willing to rescind that if he wants to make a motion to the opposite of that he considered, or what he recommended. Councilman Chavez.
You know, if you accept a friendly amendment to your motion to add the 5 members, you know, for being able to establish a advisory committee, then I'd be willing to make that amendment if you accept it.
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion. I had said I was gonna do a substitute motion.
Well, let me just clarify, the motion is on the floor until we have other subsequent actions. It's a motion that has been amended to have workshops and a 5-person advisory committee appointed by each member of the council, one each from the council members.
That's what I've got to do.
Okay, so can I do a substitute motion? I can after this. I mean, I know I can, but I'm just careful because of the friendly amendment. I think I can through the Robert Rules of Order. So I'll do a substitute motion.
Go ahead.
And so my substitute motion is to move forward with the formation of the advisory committee with the 5 members appointed by the council and with 6 members appointed by, appointed through the process that we use with GPAC, residents of our community. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor.
And we need a second to the
So I need a
substitute.
second. Okay, so there's a second. Okay, so now we're gonna
That's
take
voted
roll
on
call.
first, as I understand.
That's voted on first, correct? Yes.
So on the
So roll
substitute,
call.
so on the substitute motion to proceed with the workshops and to have an advisory committee of 11 persons, 5 appointed by each member of the council plus 6 appointed by the council as a whole.
Appointed through the citizens. Yeah, to
Council
use a GPAC process.
using the GPAC model for the other 6 appointees. Councilmember Cabrera.
Yes.
Yes. Councilmember Chavez.
No.
This is on this substitute motion. Councilmember Corralejo.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez. Mayor Velasquez.
No, oh, yes, Yes.
So the substitute motion failed 3-2.
Okay, so now let's go with the original motion.
Which is, again, was the one that you stated, which is yes to the mapping workshops and yes to the formation of advisory committee comprised of 5 members, each one being appointed by a member of the council.
Roll call.
Roll call.
This is the Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez's motion as amended and as described. Councilmember Cabrera.
No.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Corlejo.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Jimenez.
Yes.
Mayor Velasquez.
No.
So that motion passes on a 3-2 vote.
So when do we need the recommendations or the financial get this one?
So, Mike, can you,
We should
will
do it
you
as
send
a
us an
meeting.
email with that information?
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll send us an email.
And I had an item 3, which was to ask you for dates and bring your calendar. I'm not even gonna hazard that
No.
particular endeavor tonight. I think that it's
Yeah.
too
well,
late.
we
It's
can-
better for, I'll have Darlene send you out an email and ask for some appropriate dates.
And the workshops, we don't need to be there.
You don't need to
So,
be there for the
as long as
workshop.
the.
I mean, you're
residents-
welcome to.
Yeah, yeah,
attend
but it shouldn't
if
be
you
based
want.
on our schedule. Yes.
You shouldn't have one.
Okay.
One.
well,
With that
So we'll move on to our next item on our agenda, council, which is, we're at the report section now. So let me just go through really quickly my report. So I don't know if I mentioned this from the 15th to March is what I want to report on, but I did have a water education for Latino leaders. It's part of that fellowship class. I think I mentioned to the council on February 9th and 10th. Just to be able to understand more of the water crisis in our area, and then our area of the concern with water as well. And then on the February 21st, we had the state of the city. So we did an overview of the 2022 initiatives and highlights of 2023 projects for all of the departments. I just want to say thank you to our community engagement department and all the departments that provided information to our community regarding exciting initiatives for 2023. And then on February 23rd to 24th, as part of my role in Cal Cities, we had a board of directors meeting in Artesia. And one of the priorities, and just really quick, council, some of the items that they talked about was the priority number 1 for the league is prevent and reduce homelessness. So there is a budget allocation through the state of 3.4 billion to address homelessness. And I know we've had our homeless workshop, so I think it's important to be able to look at some of the funding that's coming down through the state. And also, I think I mentioned this, but I did get appointed through the mayor's association to be on the leadership council for the coalition of homeless providers. They also talked about introduction of AB 799, which is from Assemblymember Rivas in terms of homeless accountability. So the bill is trying to make sure that cities are accountable and counties are accountable and play a direct role in how local government is spending some of these homeless dollars that are coming to our different cities. Under public safety, they're looking at seeing an improvement to Prop 47 in a meaningful way. There's been a lot of violence, and how do we really look at Prop 47 and address some of those issues? They talked about elected official engagement, and I know we obviously went through our platform today, but council, I want to make sure that you guys know that we do have a Monterey Bay division, and through that Monterey Bay division, there's different meetings that happen. So I encourage you all to be able to stay in tune with that and participate, because this is where we get a lot of our, legislative updates as well as elected officials. Reach out to Deanna Sessoms, who is our local city rep, if there's any questions that you have on some of the Cal Cities priorities. And, we talked about the Leader Summit that's coming in April, so I really encourage the council to participate. They address some of the unfunded mandates, which is $1 billion that, they're going to continue to pursue to ask Governor Newsom to ensure that the cities get back some of that funding that we've had to use because, we have legislative mandates that are not funded. And then the one that we just went through that was approved under our consent agenda was that state ballot measure that restricts voter input in local taxing authorities. So that's going to be a big push. So thank you, council, for making sure that resolution was placed there and that we were added to that cities that are opposing that. And then they talked about some of the federal priorities that they're looking at, and just in terms of how it fits us, is they're looking at housing affordability, homelessness challenges, pursuing more resources to address crime, and also engaging in the federal budget appropriation process through some of increase in our essential local revenues and strengthening disaster preparedness, resiliency and recovery, and climate action. So as we heard today, there's 2,600 bills that are introduced. The league staff is engaged in reviewing 1,600 of those bills. And then on the 23rd, I met with Supervisor Lopez, Monterey County reps, and also our interim city manager and our police chief to talk about the cleanup at the river. So in the encampments that are out there, so the city will work on existing property owners to be able to help and with support of the county, and to be able to, the county is going to provide some volunteers for that cleanup, because they have to be really, I mean, you have to be very careful. And the city will work with Tri-Cities for a dumpster. We don't have a date yet to be determined, so that is, just so you know, that is going to happen, and we're trying to make sure that that happens. But it's not to relocate our folks in the encampment, but it's really to clean up all of that debris in the river, first of all. And then afterwards, looking at, and that day that they come, they'll be able to provide resources as well to them. And then on the 225, I was a guest speaker at the Girls Hands Annual Health Summit, Leadership Summit. So I already mentioned that we had 95 girls from the city of Soledad. And on the 27th, I attended the memorial services for Darlene Acosta. And the 28th, I met with our city manager, our interim city manager, to review the agenda and some of the follow-up items that we had from the last meeting. And then today I joined CSU MB President Vanya Quinones and Monterey County Social Services Behavioral staff and interns. So they were at the Soledad Behavioral Health Clinic, where 12 MSW students are doing their internship there. They're looking at ways to partner with the city. They're looking at ways to be able to address some of the mental health crisis. The program has graduated over 400 students since starting. The partnership is with CSUMB and Social Services through a grant that they have, a $4 million grant they received to be able to expand program services. So they're trying to bring more services to South County, looking at this expansion of services, but also facility. Their facility is pretty small where it's located, and the need is huge. So I just want to thank President Quinones for the invitation, and Jesus also Valenzuela for our community engagement who was there, and Judith Ferreira from Soledad Behavioral Health. And my last item was I was invited to be a guest speaker at Salinas Valley State Prison today in celebration of Women's History Month. So I want to thank Jovita Barcheki, who's the Associate Warden and Chief Deputy Warden. Is it Barcheki? Barcheki? Barcheki, okay. Barcheki, yes, who's the Associate Warden and Chief Deputy Warden Charles Schuler. So they're looking at ways how we can create better relationships, and I know we have talked about it at the last meeting too, and opportunities for collaboration. I do want for especially in celebration of Women's History Month, if we can have a proclamation on our next meeting. And then also I would like to invite Jovita and all of the women from Salinas Valley State Prison that have different, roles in terms of leadership and CDCR, invite them to be able to be part of receiving the proclamation on behalf of the city, and just making sure that we continue to foster those relationships. So thank you, Council. That's all I have, and I will turn it over to Councilwoman Corralejo.
I have none.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
We met with the Salinas Valley Waste Authority again, looking at the current fees and going out with the RFP for haulers for Tri-Cities in this area. So it's something new that the city manager is working with as well. ACAP continues to, we haven't met this year to date. So there's a question about whether I'm going to put emails through and see what's going on, because it's very fluid right now with the governor's budget and the reductions of prison. Although latest articles have come out, does not indicating that Soledad is anywhere, as interim city manager Tweens sent that letter email to us, is on the target. However, they are reducing other yards, and similar to like South, it's a yard, and they're approximately population of about 200 inmates on there. So it's in comparison to a 4,000 population facility, it's a small amount of staff, and generally those institutions, administrations runs with a 10% vacancy, and so therefore they can absorb those type of reductions. So at this present time, there isn't anything that we're having from ACAP come back to us, so that's of concern.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Cabrera,
No reports.
Councilmember Chavez.
I gave everybody the highlights from the TAMSI, and basically on the TAMSI highlights, really there wasn't a whole lot. We did have a closed session discussing some properties that we're having to deal with, but as soon as that gets solved, we'll give out a little bit more information in regards to that. It has to do with some PG&E and some other properties out in the peninsula, but it's not anything big. In regards to, we held the unmet transit needs public hearing, and then also there was a time crunch for a project to move forward through the earmarks through the federal government that needed to move really quickly. And so we had about 2 weeks to make a decision. So there was a recommendation from the executive board from TAMSI in regards to a project that had already been studied, and there was already all the groundwork was already there done. So the one that was chosen was the one that's near the train station, the proposed train station, multimodal train station over in Pajaro. So there's a little small section that was chosen. It's about 10.5 miles. And that's what was the project that was moved forward through that process. So that's about it as far as TAMSI is concerned at the last meeting. Also, just so that everybody knows, on the South Salinas Valley Broadband Authority, we did meet, and we'll be meeting again this month to go over a couple of things. The main thing that we're having to do is making certain that the website is up and running for the JPA, and then also that the official legal counsel of the JPA is hired. Currently, we're utilizing county counsel as the counsel for the JPA until we move forward with that contract. So we have a list of folks that have been recommended from staff, and we'll be making that decision this month on who that counsel will be. That's about it.
Thank you, Councilmember Chavez, for that. Okay, council members, so we have council member praises. Given the time, I don't know if there's any kind of like really praises that we want to go through, and if anybody has any pressing ones that you want to say, if we can just move through that rapidly, and then we still have the city manager's report.
I have one, and let me get it from my writing. I had to write it down so that I don't forget. If you give me about 15 minutes.
Okay.
No.
So let me.
I have right here. I have right here.
Somewhere here in the table.
There you go.
Okay.
I want to congratulate the Soledad High School girls soccer team and their coach Victoria Garcia. A special shout out to Sophilia Martel. It was a great game. She was named Mission Division MVP. Oh my God, that was a great game. The Lady Aztecs lost the CCS championship game, but nevertheless, history was made, and we are very proud of our ladies who gave everything in the field. And I also want to praise the Soledad School Board, who adopted their trustee district map with no conflicts and with community participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Corralejo.
Yes. So I have two places that I want to do. One was also to the CR Salinas Valley State Prison, just on holding the first Women's History Month celebration. And I was also invited to be a keynote speaker. Unfortunately, my schedule didn't allow me to do so, but I was definitely there in spirit. I'm just glad that, especially in a field where it's mostly predominantly men employed there, I'm glad to see that they're making steps to to show appreciation and honoring the women that work there. So that was great. And I believe they were 50 years ago, they had 0 women. Now they're up to 14,000 women employed at the CDCR. Also, I wanted to just also give praises to CSUMB. They have a gross firefighter count. It's for women 14 to 18. So this is the first time I ever seen anything like that. And so it's MPC. And it's exciting to see that. I will be posting it on my Facebook page for anyone who's interested. Also, I know Nick and Patrick over at the CAL FIRE Police Department also have fire department, also have the flyers that are available. And just in conclusion, wanted to also give praises to our fire department. They actually have a social media page now on Facebook. So if you guys, I think they have like under 10 likes. So I promised them that I would try to get them 100 in a week. So anyone that follows me, please follow them. And it just says Soledad Fire Department. And I believe it's the one that has a little fire truck, because there's one that has no image there. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Quickly, just want to give praises to the Soledad Lady Aztecs, made it to the semifinals. In CCS, outstanding John girls, first time in history of the school that they've been able to do that. In addition to, although that's not, the boys team made it to, I believe, the second round. So congratulations to all the sports team. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so
Same here. I mean, it's just all the teams that are out there, the girls basketball team also made it through, got knocked out, and I got to see them. Unfortunately, I thought I brought them bad luck. I hadn't been to any of their games this year, only last year, and so I felt like I brought them bad luck by being there. So I didn't feel good about that. But praise the girls on all the teams, all the young ladies that are participating in all the different sports. We're seeing them really push the envelope here and really are showing and demonstrating how good our kids are in not only in sports, but academically. You're seeing all of these young women, young men that are being accepted into all these universities. So thank you and kudos to all of them.
thank you. Okay, so we'll move on to our next item on the agenda, which is the city manager's report. So I will turn it over to Ed.
Mayor, members of the council, I wanted to give you a report, a kind of a preview of the next meeting on March 15th. As you know, the council is directed that we prepare a report on two related subjects. One, the outages of charter services, particularly during the storm. And secondly, about broadband initiatives and how Soledad might take advantage of them. And we will have that report for you at the next meeting. Also, at the next meeting, we will report to you the results of the homelessness workshop, which I'm sure will be the first of several meetings leading to perhaps to the goal setting session, deciding what role and how that role will be financed for the city of Soledad in dealing with homelessness issues. And finally, to remind you that the next meeting on March 15th will start at 5 p.m. with a special meeting to review the city manager recruitment issues.
Thank you, Ed. And for the conversation with Charter, did she send you an email? Do you want to read that? Is it lengthy?
So we have some preliminary, I was going to email it to you, but we have some preliminary information from Lisa Ludovici. I think that's her name. She's the Director of Government Affairs for Charter. And she made the following statement, which I'm prepared to read at the mayor's suggestion. Charter takes its commitment to our customers and our quality of service very seriously. We recently upgraded all of our network in Monterey County and will continue to monitor, maintain, and enhance the network as necessary. We understand there have been concerns about outages in the city of Soledad. We looked at major outages in the area, that is those lasting more than 100 minutes and impacting more than 100 subscribers, and found the majority of those issues were due to either commercial power failure, damage to Charter's fiber outside of Charter's control, or damage to our third-party fiber carrier outside of its control. Smaller outages lasting 30 to 40 minutes appear to be related to power. Customer concerns in Soledad have been escalated to Charter's area vice president, and we will continue to review and consider opportunities to prevent and reduce damage to our network. If anyone in the community has an outage or service issue, please call Charter, and I'm now going to give them the number. Please call Charter at 833-267-6094. As I indicated, this is kind of a preliminary review of additional information we've asked from Charter regarding the incidents you've asked me to look into.
Thank you, Ed, for that. So, thank you for that information. So we'll post it too, so that way people know who they can contact. I think that's important information, and we'll wait for more information to come from them. So appreciate that. Okay, council, let's go on to future agenda items. So I will start with, Councilmember Cabrera.
Yes, I would like to see more information about the issue with the cities that were sued for that during the process of districting. I want to make sure that it's clear at what point there the suit is, if it is for not starting or for not completing, and also what will be the reporting, what will be the our city lawyers strategic position in how to defend us if we ever get sued. Because I feel that, yes, we are in danger, but it is also good to have a strategic defense. So that we don't just being scared about rushing into one thing, but also having a strategic to defend our city of possible suits.
So you're asking for a closed session discussion?
I don't know, is that a closed session discussion?
I would never disclose the strategy that we would use.
Okay, yeah, closed session.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Chavez, none?
I think just the Measure S, it's something that's definitely important to me and to our young families with young children. And I know you brought it up as well. So I think as moms, we recognize that is important. So we could discuss what is it called, daycare? Or at least have it on the agenda when it comes to Measure S.
Thank you,
So
Councilmember.
could we respond to that in the course of the budget recommendations regarding Measure S?
One second, if we get.
Like in May?
May 15, May 17, I forget, is the day we'll present the budget, and that will include the recommendations from the Measure S subcommittee, if they have met. And to that point, I should remind the council, there are 9 members of that committee. 8 positions have been filled. The 9th is to be appointed by the mayor with the consent of the council, representing animal services. In the recent past, it's been very impossible to muster a quorum of that group.
Yeah, okay, and I'd like to make an appointment to that, so if you can bring it, I can make an appointment. Or I can send it to you, whatever's easier.
Well, we'll put it on the council. It's
because I
appointed by the
have to
mayor,
approve it.
subject to the
Yeah.
council's approval.
Yeah, I'll.
Not subject to, but with
I
the
have no
council's
problem.
consent.
I think that's fine. I mean, I just, people did vote for Measure S. I actually was one of those people. I don't have little ones anymore, but I'm sure that there's parents out there who voted for it because of that, and I just feel like we haven't delivered. That's it. Thank
Okay,
you.
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem.
No items.
Okay, thank you. So mine, I just, and I have a few, the truck route updates. I know that we said we're gonna come back 6 months after to look at the new routes and to get input, so that hasn't came back to us. And then also just the timeline on I know that we talked about it last time with the Front Street, the surfacing of the roadway, just a timeline for when that's gonna happen. And then also just an update on the current CDBG and ARPA loans that we've issued to businesses, the loan amount and funding sources. I know that there's a lot of money under CDBG and some of the dollars that we allocated for businesses. So if we can get a list of those businesses and how much has been allocated to date. I think I had read in the report that we still have like 150 or 130,000 left. What is our outreach and how are we reaching out some of those other businesses that we haven't reached out to? And then an update on the status of the list of the CIPs that were approved during the last budget cycle. Just want to see where we're at with expenditures and project completion. I know there's a lot on public works and there's a lot of those projects. My concern is, especially with some of the ARPA dollars that are gonna be due in December of 2024, is just making sure that the list of CIPs is, we're actually able to deliver on expending those funds and completing those projects on a timely manner. And then also my last one is, I had an opportunity to speak to Vicky Law from Partners for Peace, and I know the proposal that we had, the funding that we had provided as part of the ARPA dollars to the police department for the youth violence comprehensive initiative was supposed to come back to the council for approval of that comprehensive plan. And I know it hasn't came back, and just wanted to make sure that is coming back to us in terms of a strategic comprehensive plan for youth violence prevention. Again, I know there was ARPA dollars, making sure that we're able to expend those funds and look at those prevention strategic efforts that we had asked for as part of the conversation.
So can I ask for clarification? You've raised several items. Two of them, as the finance director indicated, would come back to you next week. We're going to give you a status report on ARPA,
Oh, okay,
including the ARPA money allocated for Partners for Peace.
okay, perfect.
You asked for information on that. I'm now asking for clarification. Do you wish this to come back to the city council as an agenda item? Or are you simply asking that we forward to the council the information you've asked for?
I think on the loans for our businesses, because it is public dollars, I would want it to come back just as an agenda item to be able to look at where we're at, how much has been expended, who have we assisted, and what dollars are remaining and what outreach is continuing. And then on the list of CIPs, the same as well.
And truck route update. Council, so these would be information items on a future council agenda. Is that what you're asking for? Okay.
Yeah, and I thought we had said we were gonna try that 6 month, right? Or the council had.
I'm sorry, I don't
Yeah,
recall.
the truck route, yeah, the truck route, we're gonna come back 6 months after to be able to view, because we had some different conversations and some issues in regards to the new truck route that diverted our trucks and concerns from some of the residents as well. So wanting to make sure that we come back and have that conversation.
Yeah, so it would have been in January, I think, the 6 months, right?
Yeah, I think we're over. Yeah, so, okay, those are all my items. So with that.
Nope.
Oh,
Chair,
Do I
we
have-
need to decide, I'm assuming that you do not want to adjourn into closed session to discuss item number 1. This late hour, so we need to have a motion to continue that item to the agenda.
okay, can we continue to the agenda
We're gonna
item?
have it kind of like that, right?
Pardon?
Can we continue to the next
Yeah.
agenda?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm okay with that.
yeah, okay, we'll continue to the next agenda.
So I'll go ahead and entertain the motion to continue the item to the next agenda.
Okay, we have a first and a second, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so, meeting is adjourned at 10:20. Thank you, council.
Thank you.